Hello, everyone. One moment, let me fix my camera a little bit. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, configure video. Okay, let's see, we just need to tilt it a little bit that way. Zoom out one notch. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Your comment got deleted? Alrighty. Hopefully your comment did not actually get deleted. I have no idea what's going on with that. Anyway, hopefully you can hear me and see me and all of these good things. One minor note, I have been promising for some amount of time that there would be a place to put your 6x6s for when I'm doing 6x6s at the end of stream, which is usually how I sort of finish up at the end. And so now there is a thread inside of the zetamath discussion Discord channel for you to post 6x6s. So at the end of this stream, if there's time left over, I'll go and look there and dig them up. But also there's some 6x6s there, maybe possibly by now. This was resolved as of like 10 minutes ago, so it's possible there's nothing there yet. But anyway, we're going to try it that way. If that way doesn't work for whatever reason, then we'll update appropriately. But if you make some 6x6s and you want to see me do them at the end of stream, you got a place to put them now. And you don't have to be a member or supporter or anything like that. Alrighty. I'm realizing now I forgot to write down the list of the people who voted for this puzzle. So if Tristan, if it's not too late, if you could post the list of people who voted for this puzzle. Every puzzle... or every stream, I always do the puzzle that my supporters vote on. So this is the most with 9 votes, I believe. As of an hour ago, there was like a 5-way tie at 7 votes. But now we have this Nordy puzzle that I am looking forward to with 9 votes. But I usually write down the names of the people. But because we were figuring out how the... Because we were figuring out, Russ voted for it, yes. Because we were figuring out, if I were to take some bets, I would bet that Russ voted for it. I would bet that David voted for it. I would bet that Woofer voted for it. But anyway, this is dedicated to all of you who did vote for it, whether I remembered to actually look at it or not. But yeah, we were sorting out... Jay Dyer voted for it. Yeah. We were sorting out how the 6x6 room was working, and I completely forgot. But anyway, so let's get into this puzzle. By the way, if you want to become a supporter and get access to the fancy green name as well as the various Zach emotes, you can just click the join button down below, and that will take you through all of the details and all of the benefits thereof. Alrighty, so let's figure out what is going on with Krop Circle. There we go. Thank you. Tristan posted it in chat. Thank you, Tristan. Ambrose, Jay Dyer, Nordy, Doomediat, Luda, AFrayedKnot, Russ, Eric, and David. This solve is dedicated to all of you. Thank you so much for your continued support. Does Nordy have a good location for a betting tree while I read the rules? So we need to follow normal Sudoku rules. We need to follow normal killer rules, so we need to make sure that these digits add to 9 and these digits add to 3. And we need to, and this is the hard part, we need to draw a single closed loop of orthogonally connected cells that is 1 cell wide and does not touch itself orthogonally. So basically we need to draw a closed snake around the grid, something of this sort. Oops, not like that. Ah! No, give it back. No, I'm putting Z's in the grid. Well, 1 cell wide loop that connects back to itself at the end. And so adjacent digits along, and then the Kropki part of the Krop circle is that adjacent digits around the loop have to be Kropkiable. So they have to either be consecutive or have a ratio of 1 to 2. Or both. Both would be fine. Okay, and the loop must visit every cage, and that's it. And so I think I see right away that something interesting is going on with this 10 cage, which is that I don't think there's a way to make 2 digits sum to 10 that have either a white dot or a black dot. No, there's not, because if there were a white dot between these 2 digits, the sum of them would be odd and not 10. And if there were a black dot between these two, the sum would be a multiple of 3. And that 10 is not that either. So actually, the 10 cage and the 8 cage, I know are borders of my snake, which I've apparently decided is going to be pink. So I know at least one element of the 8 cage has to be in the pink. And it can't be this one because of the fact that this border is here. So it has to be this one. And so this is not in the snake, so we'll make it gray. And now, if this were pink, my snake would not really work. So that's not pink. So that is pink. And now we have the same thing is true of this 8 cage. Only one of those can be in it. I maybe don't quite know which one yet. 2 things have to connect to this, because that's the thing about being a snake, is that you always need to connect to 2 things, being a loop, I should say. And so the only 2 things that are available are these 2. And likewise for this one, the only 2 that are available are these 2. And so that's going to gray that cell, which is going to pinken this cell. This snake has to continue there. So now this is on the border of the snake, so it can't be snake itself. This touches 3 things, so it can't be snake itself. This would make the snake branch, so it can't be snake. Is the snake allowed to touch itself at corners? Let's see. The snake is allowed to touch at corners, so it could possibly come here. It definitely comes here, however, no question about that. So, hey, Alex. Good to see you, as always. So this 9 cage, there's 2 ways to make it work, because these have to Kropki each other. So it's either 3-6 or 4-5. It's very early in Turgland. I should probably fill in that a 3 cage is always 1-2. Again, we know a 10 cage isn't possible to be white dotted or black dotted. This isn't possible, and this isn't possible to be white dotted or black dotted. So we've got all of those things floating around. Is it possible that the key observation is that this digit isn't a 5? I can't imagine that it is, but maybe it is. Let's see. Yeah, I don't quite see what to make. Like, something like that seems plausible, but it could go like that or whatever. Okay. Well, there's no way this is in the snake. I can't imagine that that's going to be useful to note, but because one of these... Oh, no, sorry, that's even wrong. This could go in the snake if it went like that or like that. Never mind. Yeah, so the 3 has to be 1-2, and the 9 is also... This 9 is the same as this 9. Oh, no, this 9 is not the same as this 9, because I don't know if both sides of this 9 are in there. So if both of these are in the snake, then this has to be 3-4 or 5-6. Okay. Oh, that's... Okay, Russ has a genius point. So, one of these is a 1. Can they both possibly be in the snake? So, if these are both in the snake, that was meant to be purple. If these are both in the snake, one of these is a 1. Where am I putting the 2, which is the only digit that connects to the 1? Well, it would have to be in one of these places, and none of those places can be a 2. So Russ is correct. In fact, only 1 digit of the 3 cage actually makes the cut. So that's actually very interesting. That is a very good spot to Russ. Oh, good point. Actually, I don't need to know anything about this 9 cage in order to know that it's from 3, 4, 6, 5. 57 Florence points out, because there's a 1-2 already in the box. So no worries there about how that will work out. That is genius, by the way, with the 1-2 and the not being able to connect. That is just gorgeous. Okay, so does that let me do some geometry here? It means either this collection is in automatically, which would then extend to those. So if this is the one of the 3 cages that's in here, it would force all of that. Or if this one is, it would force all of that, which would then force that to be the one of these that's in the cage. Would force that to be there. There's lots of stuff going on. Let's see. Alessandro thinks this has to be 4, 5. Let's see if that's true. So if this were 3, 6. Okay, let's try this. Okay. So actually this could go 3, 2, 8, 6, right? I think that's okay. So I don't know that this has to be 4, 5. Oh, thank you, David. David donates $12 for Nordy and Jay Dyer yesterday with 2 exceptional puzzles being featured. I agree. Thank you very much. Donation dance. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Thank you, David, very much. We appreciate it, your generosity very much. I don't believe there is a negative constraint. That sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, we could write in what all the candidates are for this cell. That seems like not a terrible idea, actually. Garion points out. So just naively, what can it be? So I think, well, this could never be a 1. It could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it could be 8. And it can't be 9. But I know it can't be 5, so we've at least gotten it down to 6 digits. But the 3, 6 thing makes me suspect there might actually be some more interesting things going on. So this can't be 4, 6, because 4, 6 would break every dot that I could have here, because this is either 4, 5, or 3, 6. So 4 and 6 leave. So this is 2, 3, 7, or 8. So this is also 2, 3, 7, or 8, I suppose, because it needs to add to 10. Let's see. Do some of these secretly not work? 7 here doesn't work, as Screaming Ice Cube points out. So 7, 6, 3. Is there a smart way to think about this? I feel like there's probably a smart way to think about this that isn't just eliminate every candidate, but 7 here would necessarily put a 6 here and then put 2 3s in the row. That doesn't work. So this isn't a 7, so that's not a 3. Let's see. So 3 here would put a 7 there and a 4 and a 5. The YouTube algorithm does like likes, so if you can like the stream, it would be very appreciated. Now 5 doesn't touch any of these digits, and 6 doesn't touch these digits. So per SBQ, so no 5 or 6 here. So no 3 or 4 here. Okay, we're getting down deeper. So if this is 3, it would go 3, 2, 8 with a 6 there. Oh, wait, did I do something wrong? 6 touches 3, sorry. This can be 6. It can't be 5. So that can't be 4. No, 6 doesn't work, because 6 would need to put a 3 on both sides, is the problem with 6. So this really can't be a 6, and that can't be a 3. Okay, so now our two universes here are, this is 3, 2, 8, 6. That's one of them. We'll do the thing we learned from Cogito and corner mark one of them. And then the other universe has a 4 here and a 4 here and a 5 here. And the 4, I guess then the 4 could touch literally anything. Yeah, then the 4 could touch literally anything. That's not super useful. So this is the universe where this is a 3. It has to look exactly like that. Okay. Isabella forgetting that 7, 8, and 9 exist. Understandable. One of these might break this 8 cage or something. A good point was made about 1 and 9 having to go in this box somewhere. So 9 can't go in any of these. Sorry, 9 can't go in any of those cells. 1, unfortunately, could sneak off there. But 1 and 9 are both very restricted on these things, because the only thing they connect to are 2 and 8. Oh, is the problem that if this is 2, 8, it breaks both the 1 and the 9? No, because the 1 could go there, and then the 9 would have to go there. But that's okay, I think. Yeah, so if 9 is going in the snake, it's being pointed out, 9 can never go in the snake in one of those two cells. And certainly not in the snake in that cell. Oh, so 9 is restricted to these two cells only? I believe. So 9 is either here with an 8 there, or 9 is here. 9 only goes with 8. Oh, the lights. Okay, I thought things looked weird. Right. 9 here only goes with 8, and so 9 only going with 8 would put an 8 on both sides. That doesn't work. And so we actually do get a digit. We get a 9, and we get to do the 9 dance. Boop, 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 woo! Boop, 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 woo! Boop, 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 woo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That was very exciting. A good way to wake up in the morning. Do some backflips. Excellent. Okay, so we've got this 9 now. I have a feeling like this is going to be a puzzle where it's going to take us 90 minutes to do, and then if we want to redo it afterwards, it would take us 5 minutes to do, because we're going to identify things like, oh yes, you can't put a 9 in the middle of the snake and then be able to use those. So 1 also now can't go in any of these spots for the same reason, or that one, actually. All of these spots can't be 1, so the 1 is in one of these two cells. So that's going to do a little something. Because that means one of these two cells is a 7, and those cells both see this cell. So this cell can't be a 7 anymore, so that cell can't be a 3. So this cage is definitely a 2-8 cage. And so this is still a 3 or a 4. Let's see. So yeah, so I can get rid of that part now. So this thing is adjacent to 2 or 8. It can't be 1. It could be 3 or 4. Or 7, I think. No, it can't be 7. No, it could be 7, because it could go 8, 7, 6 would be fine. But 7 only touches 6 and 8, as being pointed out by Russ. This cell can't be 7, because if this was 7, I would need to put a 6 and 8, but 8 in the box is already gone. So because this can't be a 7, this can't be a 1. So that's the 1 and that's the 7. Hey, Ambrose. No problem. Hope you're doing well. Now, I know I can't put 7 in this cell, or this cell, of course. I can't put 7 in that cell. So 7 in this box can only go in one of two places. Jay Dyer points out now this 8 cage has only the option of being 3-5. It has no other life choices left. 3-5 is the only thing it can be, which makes this not a 3. So now 7 can't go here because neither 3 nor 5 is next to 7. So therefore this is a 7. So therefore that is an 8 and this is a 6, and that's a 2. This is now a 4 and a 5, and a 3 and a 5. This is a 4. So now this thing has to be something that's next to 7, but also next to 4. The only such thing is 8. So this is an 8. This digit can't be snake now, because 7 is only next to 6 and 8, and this digit can be neither 6 nor 8 by Sudoku reasons. So this is gray. So the snake continues here. I love that. So now this is 6 or 8, but it's not 8 for multiple reasons. So this is a 6. Alrighty. So now maybe I should think about what this 10 cage can be. So it can't have a 6 or a 7 in it. So this 10 cage now is either 1, 2, or 8, 9. But note this 1, 2 pair looking up says that's not 1 or 2. So this is 1 or 2. By the way, I'll just go ahead and make Sven happy and note that that's not 6 and that's not 3. And it can't be 1, 9 because of the beautiful reason, Garion points out, if it were 1, 9, one of those would have to be on the snake, but both digits in there are going to be on the box, or in the same box. But again, 1 only connects to 2 and 9 only connects to 8. So I'd have to put two 2s or 2 8s in the box, which I cannot do. So actually this has to be 2, 8. That's gorgeous. So that is 2, 8. Let's see. So there's definitely an 8 down here somewhere for whatever it's worth. How did this get 3 stars for difficulty? I feel like if I posted this, people would be debating whether it was 5 stars or 6 stars. Let's see. This is... LMD difficulty ratings are so weird to me. Yes. Where is 4 in row 2 is an excellent question. And the answer is it's there, which really makes this look suspicious. So 8 connects to 7 and 9, so we could still just maybe make that work in addition to 4. So it would have to be 7, 8, 9 in that order. Oh, no, that doesn't work, because this can't... Sorry, no, it would have to be 9, 8, 7. No, that can't be a 9. Okay, I don't think we can go through this 8 anymore, no matter what we try. So I think it's a little complicated to see. This 8 here, if it's now... Because the 4 in the box is gone, the only things 8 connects to are 7 and 9. So if this 8 is in the snake, it connects to a 7 and a 9. So that's now a 9. But it's a 9 on the snake, so it needs to have an 8 on both sides, and that breaks. So the 8 cannot be... the 8 is not on the snake. So the 2 is on the snake, for what it's worth. Now this cell can't possibly be on the snake, or the snake would dead end. So we've got that going on. Let's see. So 2 connects to 1, 3, and 4. So if this cell is on the snake, it can only be a 3. If this cell is on the snake, it could only be a 1, except that breaks, because then I'd need to get out of the box. And so for the same reason this cell couldn't be a 9, this cell can't be a 1, because it would put 2 2s there. So this cell's definitely not on the snake, at which point these are definitely on the snake, at which point this is definitely not on the snake. So we've got that. Let's fill in this quad just because it seems like it's going to be very useful. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So nothing here touches 4. So this cell is not on the snake. So the snake continues there. I didn't say it felt like a 5 or 6 star puzzle to me. I just said that I think if I published it, that's what people would say. I think if I was rating it, I think I would probably go for 4 based on it so far. But let's see. Okay, so can this connect to here is the question. I feel like this connection is going to be difficult. Okay, let's fill in this triple. That'll be nicer. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This can't be a 9 in any case. And it can't be a 1 either, so it is a 3. These can't be 3. Okay, now that I know this is a 3, this can't be a 1 or a 9. So therefore, this must be snake. So therefore, this is not snake. So this has to Kropki both 3 and 5. So therefore, it's a 6. That's the only option. Let's see. So this triple, we can write in. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 7, and 8. And these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 3, 5, and 6. Of those, 2 only touches 3. So this is a 3. So now that makes this snake a little bit... Well, that makes this a 4, 5 for sure. Interestingly, even though it would look good, the snake definitely can't do this, which is interesting. Let's see. Okay. The snake can't get in this box anymore. I saw someone in chat point out while I was doing other things. Because if the snake makes it into this box, it also has to leave, which then ends up with it touching itself. Which if I were British, I would make a joke about. Let's see. So this 10 cage is now forced because it doesn't have a 2, 3, or a 4 in it. So this 10 cage is now forced to be a 1, 9. Oops. Okay. So this cell can't be in the snake. That's gorgeous. I love that so much. Also, this is a 7. And a 9 and a 1. But this cell can't be in the snake because it's either a 1 or a 9, and 1 and 9 only touch 1 digit, and I'd have to put that digit in the box twice. So that's the digit that is in the snake. And now I know for sure. Actually, I know exactly what this is, because this now has to be on the snake. If this wasn't on the snake, I'd have the same problem. Those two would be on the snake, and they'd be the same digit. So this is on there. And so the question is this next to a 1, in which case it would be a 2? Well, not that, because there's a 1, 2 in the box. So in fact, this is a 9, and that's an 8. And that's a 1. This digit is something. This is a 6. Okay, so... I have an 8 in one of these two, and it's not that one, because there's an 8 already in the column. So this is an 8. That is gray. The 8 certainly can't, the snake can't come here, because then it's forced to go down, so this is not snake. So therefore, this is snake. That only touches 2 cells, so those are snake. Therefore, that's not snake, because it would create a problem with the snake shape. When we don't want any snake-shaped problems. So we've got all of that filled in. This can't be snake because that would be a branching snake. We don't want a branching snake. This can't be a snake because it wouldn't be a loop if the snake started there. So that is all well and good. So we've got lots of stuff going on. Russ calls no branchies in box 9. I agree with no branchies in box 9. This would be a dead end if it were snake, so it can't be snake. Same with that, and now same with that. Those are all out. let's see. If this were snake, it would be a 7 only. But 7, unfortunately, is still available. Let's see. I probably can do more Sudoku. Like, for example, I know this can't be a 1 anymore. Because if this was a 1, then I would need to make both of these 2, and actually neither of them can be 2. So that's got to be 2, and that's got to be 1. This has got to be something a 2 can touch. So that's 4 and a 5. This has got to be something that 2 can touch, and so it's a 3. Just by the box. 2 and 4 are already gone, so 3 is the only option. This has got to be something touched by 3, and so it's a 6. So we've got all of that stuff done. Okay, so this is a triple, which is going to make this a pair, which is going to be very useful, I suspect. These are 6, 7, and 9. That one conveniently is just a 9. Okay, now I think this 8 can't go down, because what would it be? Nothing is the answer. If the snake went down from here, it would need to connect to 8. Well, it can't be a 9, it can't be a 4, and it can't be a 7, but that's the end of the list. So this is not snake. And so therefore the snake has to continue, so the snake continues here. Now this can't be snake anymore, because if this was snake, I would run into forcing to do that. So this is not snake, and that's not snake, and this is snake, and so therefore that's snake, because the snake has to keep going. So that's not snake, and therefore now, because of that interaction with the 10 cage, this is not snake. This puzzle is super fun, as I am not surprised by my my voters always pick something very cool. Okay, so this is not 3, 7, or 4, 6. So this is 1, 2, or 8, 9. This is not 8 or 9, so it is 1 or 2. So therefore this is 8 or 9. What? No, that's not how 10 cages work. Let's try again. Take 2. Let's try again. This will be better. This is actually the 10 cage. So this is 1, 2, or 8, 9. Better this time. But this can't be 1 or 9 because of the reasons we've previously discussed. If this was 1 or 9, these would either both be 2 or they'd both be 8, neither of which works. So this is a 2, 8 cage. This could still be a 7. Is there anything that connects 2 and 8? Yes, there is. This could be a 4. Okay, never mind. So maybe that's not the place I should be looking. It is a worthwhile point from chat that the 2-8 pair looks up, making that a 7. Good point, good point. So we've got all of that. So let's write in this quad. That's always helpful. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not 5 or 9. This is not 4. This is not 1. This is not 9. It's also not a 1 or a 5 because it connects to an 8. So it is a 4 now, making that a 1. And so this is a 5, 9 pair now. So this is a 4. Russ points out these can't be on the snake. If this was on the snake, I'd need to connect to something, but it's a 1, so that's not going to work. And so now this is not on the snake anymore. Beautiful spot to Russ there. Really nice, really nice puzzle here. I'm very, very impressed by this. Okay, I know this triple and pair. Let me fill those in just in case they give me any freebies. 4, 5, 7 is the answer for those. And so these are a 2 and a 3. Yeah, it looks like those are a 2 and a 3. Okay, so that means that 2 is hanging out over here somewhere. So 50-50 chance the betting tree is a 2. Because we have what we around the channel call a Jovi wing on 2s. Because the 2s in these 2 boxes are gone. So the 2 in row 7 actually can't be in either of these boxes. It can only be over here. People would like me to fill in row 4. Row 4 is missing a 2 and a 4, and so therefore that's the 2 and that's the 4, and that's the 8 and that's the 2, and 6 and 2 don't touch, so therefore that's not snake. This is a dead end, so it's not snake. The snake must continue, so that's snake. And so now this is something that touches a 6, of which I suppose there are many options. So this could be a 5. It can't be a 7. Oh, I guess this can only be 3 or 5, right? This can only be 3 or 5, actually. There are not that many options. I mean, it's more options than I would like. I would prefer one option, but I suppose 2 options is writable-inable, because the 7 in the column is gone. So let's see. This box has a quad left. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the 8 is placed in the box, apparently. So that's the 8. The 8 I see cannot be snake, because if it was, it would need to connect to both of these, and there are not 2 different digits that 8 connects to. So that's not snake. Let's see. Yeah, so this could connect there, it looks like. Let's see. This could be snake if it's a 6, because it would connect to 3 and 7. In fact, that seems moderately likely. Oh, where are 6 and 7 in this row is the answer, or is the question. Because 6 and 7 in this row are not going in this box. So the only 2 cells that can be 6 and 7 in this row are these 2. So therefore, this can't be a 3. I bet there was a more elegant way to see that than as a hidden pair, but anyway, it is a hidden pair. So let's see. Left in the row, then, I still need a 1. And in fact, the 1 in the row only has 1 place now. The 1 in the row goes there. And let's see, I've got a 2, and I need a 3, 5, and 9. So this cell is 3, 5, or 9. Does the snake have to visit every box? Or does it only have to visit every cage? The snake does not have to visit every box. It just has to visit every cage. Unless that rule is buried in a different place, then the loop must visit every cage. Okay. So we're sort of slowly Sudokuing our way through this now. So now we've got a 3, 6, 7 triple in this row. So these cells aren't 1, 8, 3, 6, or 7. So they are 2, let's see, 4, 5, not 6 or 7, or 8, and 9 is what's left. So this is not a 9, this is not a 2, this is not a 4 or a 5, actually. So let's see. So I also read boxes at some point. The only reason why I immediately said, no, it's not boxes, is because I read that and then looked to see it again and could not find it and convinced myself that I had imagined it the first time. This would be a dead end if it was snake. I think people in chat have wanted me to fill that in for a long time. So now this can't... Oh, no, this could still be snake. Never mind. Let's see. Is it this that can't be snake? I don't immediately see that it can't be snake anyway. Let's see. Let's just fill in this column, even though it's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I will sometimes gratuitously pencil mark stuff if there's lots of sort of very restricted Kropki stuff going on, which is the case here. So 6, for example, doesn't touch either of these digits. If this were a 9, I would run into the previously stated problem that I'd need 2 8s next to it, and I can't have 2 8s next to it in the same box. So this can only be 3 or 7. And none of these digits touch 3 or 7, is the point. Okay, so I'm glad I actually filled that in. I felt like it was a silly thing to do at the time, but it actually did get me that this doesn't go here. So it does go here. And so now this digit can't be... Oh, it could be a 3 if this is a 6. Sorry, I was going to say something wrong. If this is a 3... Oops. If this cell is a 3, the only Kropkiable digit that goes here is a 6, because I didn't want to write in the 6. because the 2 and the 4 are gone in the column. If this is a 7, then this can't be an 8. Oh, so it's always a 6. So if this is a 3, the only option is 6. If this is a 7, the only option is a 6. So this is a 6. Nice, okay. Totally inexplicable one-valued cell. So that is a 7, that is a 3, that is a 6. Now that this is a 7, it can't be part of the snake because it doesn't connect to that. So now the snake goes down. Let's continue with our Sudokuing. Those are 6 and 7. This isn't a 6 anymore for reasons. This column is now only missing 1 and 9 and some other digit. 2, 3, 4, and 5, apparently. So that is not a 9. So yeah, if the 6 wants to go here, that's fine. Is it broken? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time on the stream. Okay. 3. So the snake can't come to this cell, because if the snake came to this cell, it would then be forced to come to this cell, but 3 doesn't connect to 1 or 5. So this is gray. Let's see. It does not say in the rules that every 3x3 box has a snake, although it is going to be the case that every 3x3 cell, or every 3x3 box needs to have snake, because we now can't make it through... Oh, sorry, no. We didn't do that, because we didn't touch box 5. Okay. I particularly enjoyed the hidden pair. Let's see. Okay, so... what sort of thing do I want to look for now? If this is a 5, that's a 4. Ah, that's true. Okay, this can't be a 5. Because if this cell was a 5... oh, no, it could be... this could be a 5 if that's a 4. Never mind. Okay. Sorry, I'm now looking for somewhat sporadic things. Let's see. Directionary says 3 and row 8, column 5 is bad. It breaks row 8, column 7. Ah, right, because if this is a 3, then that's a 2, which breaks that. Okay, that's very cute. I really enjoyed that. Okay. So if this was a 3, the only digit that would work there would be a 2, but now it's looking at a 2, 3, and that breaks. So this is actually a 7 and an 8 and a 2, and a 3 and a 2. This is not a 7. This is not a 3 or a 7. That's not a 7. That's a 1-9 pair, actually, so that actually is a 3. So we've got all of that stuff sort of trickling in a bit at a time. So if this is a 6, the only thing here is a 5. So this... no, but the 6 could just come here instead of going to either of those. But I think this cell can't be snake now. Because if the snake goes up, it comes here. But now this cell can be neither 4 nor... can be neither 4 nor 6, because it sees a 4 in the row and a 6 in the column. And those are the only things that are next to 5. So that is not snake. And so the snake must come down here, and therefore must come here, and therefore this is not snake. And therefore this is a 5, because it connects to the 6. So that's a 5, and a 1, and a 9, and a 1, and a 9. I'm curious, how many times did this break when you were setting it? I'm willing to believe the answer is... it goes down, because I said it can't go up. If the 6 goes up, then this is a 5, and there's nothing for it to put here. The snake goes down. Oh, right, sorry. I don't know that it doesn't go left. I do know that it can't go here. Right. It could go left. Okay. There are 3 directions, correct? Right. Okay. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is a naked single 9. is what I am learning from filling in this column. Thank you, Sven. Always appreciate your help. That's a 7. That's a 2. That's a 6. This is not a 2. This can no longer be snake because 2 and 6 don't connect. This can no longer be snake because 6 and 9 don't connect. No jokes, please. This can't be a 9 because 9 and 7 don't connect. This can't be snake because 7 and 9 don't connect. This is a pair, and it might well be a resolved pair. These are a... oh, sorry, not it's a pair. It's a triple. It's 3, 4, 5 is the answer. Which has given us a 3, 4, 5 triple in the column beautifully, which is going to let us fill in this cell. So we've got left in the column a 1 and a 2, but this isn't a 2, so it's a 1. We'll get rid of that stray pencil mark over there. So that's a 9 and a 5 and a 1. And now that's a 4 and a 5 and a 7. These aren't 5. So now this digit is known. This is a 5. No, it's not a 5. Try again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I think it's an 8 now, actually, if I am forced to reevaluate my options. Let's see. This 8 now definitely is not in the snake. Because the 8 would need to connect to these, and that doesn't work. This 1 cannot be in the snake anymore. I mean, for lots of reasons, but not least of which it does not connect to both of those. So now the 5 can't be in the snake because it would be a dead end. So now the snake comes left and comes over here and goes through that cell. This is going to be challenging to finish. So let's fill in this cell. Oh, I'll go ahead and fill in these. So this cell, I mean, if I knew what this cell was, it would have been a lot easier to finish this puzzle. I'm just saying. This cell is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is a naked single 5. So these aren't 5. One of these is a 5. So one of these is definitely a 5, and so the other one has to be next to a 5 is the point. So the 5 in this box is in one of these two cells. And so whatever the other digit is, it has to connect to a 5, which means it has to be a 4. It can't be a 3. So this actually goes in that order. And so this is now a 9, and so it's not on the snake. So that's a 3 and a 9 and a 5. So now the snake must go through the betting tree. So if you bet that the betting tree would be snake, you bet correctly. And so this is a 4 and a 3, and we can now at last determine the betting tree. The betting tree is a 2. Congratulations from Zach and I if you bet 2. Very cool. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. I enjoy the, like, build a loop puzzles. But yes, there we go. Da-da-da-da-da. I still want to build a puzzle. I have repeatedly attempted, but I've not yet succeeded, to build a puzzle where it's a Sudoku, but you build the snake on the lines, now that you can do that, rather than building the snake on the thing, because a problem with loops in 9x9 is there's not quite enough options for how snakes can bend in 9x9, but there's a lot of options for how they can bend in 10x10. So I would like to see a puzzle / make a puzzle where I make a snake actually go on the boundary. I've tried it a few times, and it's led to making puzzles, but they have not been snake puzzles. So, like, Bounce started exactly with me trying to make a snake puzzle where the snake went around the boundary. Alrighty. So I'm going to take a very quick break. And be right back with more puzzles. So see you very shortly. Welcome back. We have here a nice looking renban puzzle by Mormagli. So I'm going to have a look at this. So if you've not seen how renban work before, the way they work is that on each of these purple lines, I need a string of consecutive digits. So for example, I could do 3, 4, 5 in these cells. In any order would work. Ooh, $5 donation from Glum Hippo for snake food and snake charmer sheet music purchases. Excellent, thank you. We definitely need a snake charmer music sheet. Donation dance from Zach. No, you won't have to do it. Someone else will do that. Zach was concerned that he would be the one responsible for charming the snakes. But there are other experts at that around the house, so they can handle it. Thank you very much, Glum Hippo. Much appreciated. Okay, so that's how renban work. And again, just to emphasize, any order is fine. So 3, 5, 4, that would work out just fine. And then these are thermos. The digits have to get bigger as you go along a thermo. So 2, 7, 9 would be a perfectly fine way to fill in the thermo. And those are the rules. So a key observation in renban is that anytime you have an entire box covered like this, you have to ask yourself, where is the 1 and where is the 9? And so the 1 in this box is definitely on one of these. And as soon as the 1 is on it, the only consecutive string of 3 digits that involves a 1 is 1, 2, 3. So one of these is 1, 2, 3. And one of them is 4, 5, 6, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. Now, here's a fun thing. That means none of these renban can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9. Because if one of these was, say, 1, 2, 3, it would look at every digit of the 1, 2, 3. And what that means is, in particular, I can't put a 1 or a 9 in this box on these renban, and I can't put a 1 or a 9 in this box on these renban. So in this box, the 1 and the 9 are over here, and in this box, the 1 and the 9 are over here. That's right, I should put a betting tree in the grid. I have somehow failed to put a betting tree in the grid. I think that's going to be a good betting tree. The betting tree is slightly camouflaged today, but we will do that. Oh, enjoy your brunch, David. You get to do a lot of brunches, it seems like. Which is a delightful way to live. I am happy for you. Alrighty. So now we can make the observation that due to what I just said, for example, this is not a 9 because it's on the bulb of a thermo and I would need to dream up 2 digits bigger than 9 and that's going to be difficult. But likewise, these can't be 1s because I'd need to dream up a digit or 2 digits smaller than 1s, and that's not going to work. So those aren't 1s. And so therefore, this is a 1. We've gone from a 9 dance to a 1 dance. Oh my God, How to Not Be Seen is my favorite Monty Python sketch of all time. I love it. But yes, this is the perfect betting tree How to Not Be Seen thing. Though, warning, this renban may explode. We get to do a 1 dance, though. Woo! Zach got slightly confused by the fact that I mentioned the 9 dance earlier and put in a bit of 9 dance into the 1 dance. That was my fault. I should not have said something confusing when he had to go perform. So that's not the 1. Okay, so also in other news, Zach must have also been psychically anticipating that this can't be the 9, because I'd need to dream up a digit bigger than 9, and so actually there's also a 9 that immediately follows that, and so that's the 9. Okay, and so that's going to give us what this renban does. So one of these renban is 1, 2, 3, one of them is 4, 5, 6, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. But this one's not 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9. So therefore, this renban is 4, 5, 6. And therefore, these digits, if I fill them in, are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now this one is not 4, 5, 6, and it's not 7, 8, 9. So this one is 1, 2, 3. Therefore, that's not a 1. So therefore, this is a 1. And therefore, this renban is 7, 8, 9. So now if I look at that, that's going to be pretty cool, I suspect. Alrighty. So chat now points out there is a 1 and a 9 on these renban. So one of these is 1, 2, 3, and one of them is 7, 8, 9, because the 1 and the 9 just by Sudoku are being placed there. So these are from 4, 5, 6, and that one's not a 4, and that one's not a 6 by good living. Hey, Mayfer, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And hey, Jenna. Let's see, in box 5... let's see, I'm understanding Jenna's point. So 1 and 9 have to be in column 5 because if these were in the middle... Right. That's beautiful. Okay, so the key is to look at this column and ask where 1 and 9 go in this column. And the answer is 1 and 9 definitely don't go on these. Because if 1 went on this, it would make it a 1, 2, 3, which would see this and break it. And if 9 went on one of these, it would be 7, 8, 9 and would break it. So actually, the 9 has to go here, and the 1 has to go here in the column. That was a very good spot to Jenna. Very cool. This is an awesome puzzle, by the way. I mean, I'm a sucker for renban anyway, but still. So now, where does 1 go in this column? Well, it can't go on this renban because it would break that cell by making it 1, 2, 3. So 1 in this column goes over here. And likewise, 9 in this column goes over here. And so now where do 1 and 9 go in this column? They go in this box. That one's not the 9, at the very least. So we've got that. Let's see. I'm eyeballing these up here suspiciously, but I don't quite see what to do with them yet. Okay, so the key is to look at this cell in this column. Because if this is a 4, I have to put a 2 and a 3 in this column without a 4. But then I have to have a renban that's 2, 3, and a digit to be named later. So this can't be a 4. And if it's 6, you do the same thing to the 7 and 8. So this was a point from Screaming Ice Cube. So this digit is actually forced to be a 5. So we have that. So here's an interesting question. Where's 2 in this box? And where is 8 in this box? And I'm noticing that neither 2 nor 8 in this box can go in this column, because if 2 or 8 went in this column, it would have to be 2, 3, 4, and that would break this. And if 8 went in this column, it would have to be there. So one of 2 or 3 is here. Sorry, one of 2 and 8 is here, possibly. Oh yeah, one of 2 and 8 is here, and the other one's here. So this renban can only be 2, 3, 4, or 8, 7, 6, which I guess I also knew by this whole business. I don't know which yet. Probably that's going to involve this thermo to sort out. It's maybe worth noting that this digit's at most 6, so this digit here is at most 5. Okay, so that's a very smart point. That's a good way to look at this from Screaming Ice Cube. What if this renban doesn't have a 5 on it? if this renban doesn't have a 5 on it, then it's either 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, because remember 1 and 9 in the box are gone. But that breaks because it breaks one of those two cells. So there's always a 5 living over here, which means there's always a 5 living up here. And now there's a 4 or 6 in the column. So this is always either 5, 4, 3 or 5, 6, 7, because it can't have both 4 and 6 on it. Yeah, 5, 4, 3 or 5, 6, 7. Fascinatingly. Let's see. Right. I completely missed this. Dog points this out. This should have been a gimme, and I completely missed it. When we said 1 and 9 are on these renbans over here, these are 1, 2, 3, and 7, 8, 9. So these can't include a 1 or a 9 because they would be either 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9 and be broken. So the 1 and 9 in this box are actually over here as a pair. And I bet I know which one this is because of the thermo. So now that's a 1 and a 9. And so we learn the very helpful fact that this digit is between 1 and 9. But actually, it can only be a 2 or an 8 if you think about what's left in the box. So it can't be a 5 because there's a 4, 5, 6 in the column. Because of that, if this digit was not 2 or 8, I would not divide the string of digits between 1 and 9 into 2 sets of 3 digits that made renban. So this has to be 2 or 8. Those are the only options for this particular cell. The 1 in box 1 has been called correctly. The 1 in box 1 now has to go over here, making this always a 1, 2, 3. So 3 now in this box is definitely on this renban. And if 3 is definitely on this renban, so is 4, no matter what. So we have that. Yeah, the same logic applies to this cell almost and this cell almost. Well, literally the same logic applies to this cell, actually, because this cell also can't be 5 because of the same reason. This one can be 2, 5, or 8. Those are the only options. Oh, it can't be 8, actually. Oh, this one can't be 2, actually. So this one is an 8. So this is 2 or 8 for the same reason, that if I made it anything else, it would break up my chain, but there's a 2, 3 pair in the row. So actually, that's going to sort out the universe. So one of these is a 7, 7, 6, 5, and one of them is a 2, 3, 4. Which interestingly tells me what this renban is. Because this renban I know has a 3 and a 4 on it, but one of these is a 2, 3, 4, because there is a 2 on one of these renbans. And so this can't be a 2, 3, 4. This has to be a 3, 4, 5. And so I did that in a really convoluted way. I could have just asked about where the 3 went in the box and said, it has to... Oh, there's a 2 in the box. Okay, I did that in a way that was very, very, very convoluted, but we'll say it was good educational value. So now this column has a 4, 5, 6 triple in it, which is looking up at both of these things, making that a 3 and that a 6. It's all about the added educational value on the zetamath channel. So that's not a 5 anymore. In fact, I know what these digits are. One of these is a 5, so it's that one. So I'll put an 8 in the cell just to keep everything balanced. And this is a 4. So these are a 2 and a 3. Did I do something wrong? Oh, yes. Yes. I did something very wrong. One moment. Please hold. There's a 4, 5, 6 triple in the column, and so therefore this is a 6, is what I said. Thank you. So it's actually not. Fun fact. Okay. Better. So that's not a 5. Okay. So now these digits are a 4 and a... are they still a 4 and a 5? Well, the 5 still needs to go here for sure. And the 4, yeah, the 4 goes there. So this 4 still has to be a 2, 3. So that's a 2, 3. And this 5 now has to go with a 6, 7. Which goes like that. That 6, 7 pair resolves this 4, 6. This is gorgeous. The 6, 7 pair also resolves the 8, 7. This is a naked single. It's an 8. I bet I can figure out what this is if I write in this triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so this is from 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, but they definitely include a 9 because I haven't placed a 9 in the row yet. So they don't include a 6. And so therefore this is a 6. That's a 7. This is less 9 than it once was. These are 4, 5, 6, just to finish the column. Let's see. All the things all the time is the answer. So now this renban is known, although its renbanness is no longer useful. This renban is 6, 7, 8. Good, because we didn't have any way to make it more renban. This is a quad that comes from 2, 3, 4, 5. But notably, this is a 2 or a 3. And if this were a 3, I would put a 2 on this with no 3. So this is not a 3. It's a 2 and a 3. No 2, making this a 3, 4, 5 renban. So now these digits are known. They are 1, 9, and 2. Oh, wrong mark. 1, 9, and 2. Hey, Mormagli. This is an awesome puzzle. Very, very exciting. Where does 1 go in this box? 1 in this box goes on this. So this is 1, 2, 3. So therefore the betting tree is a 7, 8, or 9. That will answer Judith's question. So now the 1 in this box cannot possibly live on one of these renban because it would look at a 1, 2, 3. And the 9 cannot possibly live on a renban in this box because it would look at a 7, 8, 9. And so therefore, I need to put 1 and 9 in these two cells, but the 9 only goes in that one, and so the 1 goes in that one. These two 1s look up and place a 1 there. That's not a 1. That's not a 9, so therefore that's a 9. This is now a 2 and a 3. That's not a 9. That's not a 3. So that's a 4, 5 pair. So this is a 6, 7, or 8. And a lot of those are not going to work because of the renban stuff. So if this is a 6, I have to put a 7 and an 8 in this box on renbans without a 6 or a 9. That's not going to work. So this is not a 6. If I put a 7 in this box, I need to put an 8 on a renban in this box. But without a 7 or 9, so that's not going to work. So therefore, this is an 8. And so that is a 7 and a 6. So these are not 2, these are not 6. Let's see, these are not 3 anymore. So one of these is 7, 6, 5. And it's not this one because that would look at that cell. So this can't be the 7, 6, 5. This is the one that's 7, 6, 5. And so therefore this one's 2, 3, 4. The 7, 6, 5 here makes this an 8 and that a 7. Lets me delete those pencil marks. The 5, 6 makes that a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 4. So these aren't 4. So we've got all manner of things firing off here. This is now a 7 and an 8. This is not an 8. That's not a 7. This seems to not be a 3 or a 2 anymore, so that is a 7. Meaning this is a 5, 6 pair that is maybe not resolved yet. This renban now has to be a 2, 3, 4 triple, but this is not a 2 or a 3, so that's the 4. This is a 2 or a 3. That 4 looks up and makes that a 5 and a 4. This 5, 6 pair looks up and makes that an 8 and a 6. So these are not 7. That's a 2, 3 pair in the row. That makes that an 8. So these are a 7 and a 6, which go in that order by Sudoku. So that's a 5 and a 6. That 5 finally gives me that's a 2. So this is a 3. These are a 4, 5 now, but not a 4 because of that. So it is 5, 4. 3 also sorts out the 2 and the 3 over here. That's a 6. These are not 6 anymore. The 3 and the 4 in the column now give me a 2 down here. That's a 7 and a 5 and a 6. These aren't 2 anymore. That 5 looks over, making that a 3 and a 5. Making that a 1 and a 2, making that a 9 and a 1. 5 looks up, making that a 4 and a 5. Making that a 4 as well, making that a 3 and a 4, making that a 2 and a 3. And so now we can fill out this cell, and that should allow us to deduce what the betting tree is. So this cell seems to be a 9, and therefore the betting tree is an 8. So congratulations from Zach and I to everyone who bet 8. That was a wonderful puzzle. I've seen a lot of executions of this basic idea, but this is among the very, very best of the executions of this idea of having a bunch of renban looking at each other like this, sort of bouncing around the 1s and 9s and then the 2s and 8s and so on. That was fast. Yeah, that was only 21 minutes. That was quite a breeze. Alrighty. Let me find another puzzle, and I will be back very shortly. Let's do the Collatz puzzle by Math Pesto. So a lot of people have asked in chat about this puzzle, because I know this puzzle's been featured a few places. Like I know Ranksk did it. I think Simon maybe did it. And people have said, hey, this is a good puzzle for you to do. So I'm going to do it. So this involves modified cells. Jim Baker donates $4.56 for morning renban goodness. Thank you very much, Jim, and I love the donation amount. Donation dance. Thank you so much, Jim. We will see if we can prove the Collatz conjecture through doing this puzzle. I have a suspicion the answer is no. But we will see. Okay, so first of all, this is almost a vanilla region sumlines puzzle. Very close. So how does a region sumline work? A region sumline works by telling you that the sum of the digits on the line in each box it passes through is the same. So in this case, it would be saying the green digit is equal to the sum of the 4 yellow digits is equal to the sum of the purple digits. Now, also importantly in this puzzle, this comes up every once in a while. People will disagree about exactly how this should work. But in this puzzle, we have to keep in mind what happens when you enter and leave a box. And the answer is you reset the count. So this cell has the sum of these 4 cells, has the sum of these 2 cells. Okay, so that is how this works. Now, you might rightly have noticed that if that was the rules of the puzzle would be very broken, because more than once there I said this digit is the sum of these 4 cells. And that's because we get a bunch of fancy modified cells. And so the modified cells count, though, in this particularly funny way. So if I make this a 4, and make this a modified cell, which I'll probably indicate in purple or yellow. Purple will probably be higher contrast with the blue. No, I will do yellow. Then I count it based on the Collatz function. And so the Collatz function is this famous function in math from something known as the Collatz conjecture. And what you do is based on whether the number is even or odd. So if the number is even, you have it. And so this 4 would in fact count as a 2 instead of counting as a 4. Whereas if it is odd, you triple it and add 1. And so if this, I was going to say if this 4 was odd, but maybe I should just do an example where I make it a 5 instead of talking about the universe where 4 is odd. Then this now counts for triple 5 plus 1, so it counts for 16 instead. Okay, so we have one modified cell in every row, column, and box, but I believe we don't have the usual rule that you can't repeat digits that you are modifying. So you can have 2 yellow 4s in the grid, that's fine. But yeah, in every row, column, and 3x3 box. Yep. So 2? There are 2. There are 2 modified cells in every row, column, and box. I missed that word. There are 2 of those modified cells in every row, column, and box. Okay. Well, that'll make this fun. Okay. So here's the first obnoxious thing I notice. So what I wanted to do was immediately do this. Because I wanted to say, well, this is summing these 4 digits, and therefore it needs to be modified. But unfortunately, I don't think that's true, because if these are 1, 2, 3, 4, and I make the 4 modified, then now the actual sum of these is now, instead of, because this 4 counts as 2, the sum of these is only 8, and I can get away with that. So what am I doing here? And I have to remind myself that I don't know if I want to call this a non-standard definition of the Collatz function, but the Collatz function has a couple different ways people define it, and so it's basically whether people pre-divide the 3n plus 1 by 2. So a lot of people would say that if you apply the Collatz conjecture to 5, you actually get 8, depending on the definition. But that's not what we're doing here. We're tripling it and adding 1, which is, I think, the more pure and honest way to define the Collatz function. But I would bet not the way that, say, Wikipedia would define it. Alrighty. So what I actually know, and I think this is completely useless, is that one of these cells, at least, is a Collatz cell. So that is not super useful. And likewise, I know that one of these cells is a Collatz cell. And so in a lot of these modified cell puzzles, that would tell me something. But here it doesn't, because I get 2 modified cells in every row, column, and box. Thank you, by the way, for not making me deal with there's 2 of each. I think that would be torture. So yeah, so we have that. But normally, or in a lot of these types of puzzles, I could say, so none of these have the thing, but they could still have the thing because of that. Let's see. Yeah, the row 2, column 3, 4. Row 2, column 3, 4. Row 3, column 3, 4. Oh, wow. Yeah, my brain does not... Wikipedia does 3x plus 1. Interesting. Okay. Yes, here is a good point that I hope gets us somewhere. I don't know why. My brain reads this as a length to... Okay, so funny story that is relevant. By the way, Math Pesto, do you have a betting tree cell? Fun story. I was setting a region sum lines puzzle the other day, and I spent over an hour on the idea with a break-in that I could put a line like this in a 6x6. And my entire idea was, well, these digits are the same, and so therefore the sum is even, and whatever the sum is over here, I can use the parity thing on. I spent, again, over an hour before realizing that these were in different regions, and so therefore I wasn't just summing those, and then I spent a while trying to imagine a rule set that would actually make it work. So the fact that I did not notice this is very on brand. But yes, these 2 digits are the same, is the point. So one of these is indeed a Collatz cell, and then one of them is a vanilla cell. Okay. So the value computed here is an actual number from 1 through 9. That's a good point. And so, in fact, the value here is a number from 1 through 9, which means these 3 cells actually sum to a number that is from 1 through 9. After taking care of modification and all of that sorts of nonsense. And that total is even, I think. I know which one it is because of this cell, right? Because this cell is also the same. All of these 3 cells need to have the same value. Could these 2 be the modified ones, though? I think those 2 might be able to both be modified. They might be Collatzed. Interesting. Yeah, this could actually be 2 Collatzed cells. That's a good point, Jim. They could be 2 Collatzed cells that Collatz to the same digit. That is very feasible. They could all be Collatz. I suspect that would break this box, but I don't really want to attempt to prove it. So let's try to think about if there is only... So if there are no Collatz cells in here... Oh, no. I was going to try and say if there's no Collatz cells in here, then these have to sum to some gigantic number, but I can make them sum to a gigantic number, because if I Collatz a 9, then I get something preposterous, like 28. So we've got that. Let's see. Yeah, they do probably all end up at 1s eventually, maybe, possibly. All right. Doug is saying something's not feasible, but I don't know. Is Doug arguing that we can't really put a 4 here? That seems very likely to me, but I don't know if proving it's going to do us any good. Let's see, column 7, row 1 and 2. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's another one. I had missed this one. These 2 are also supposed to be the same digit as that digit. So one of these 2 is definitely Collatz. Or they could both be. They could both be Collatz, per the point in chat that if they both, if I make them 1 and 8, they both go to 4. Oh, and the same is true down here. So maybe I should, maybe I should mark that just so I can feel like I'm doing something on this puzzle. I know one of this pair and one of this pair, at least, is Collatz. Because these are supposed to have the same value because the line enters and leaves the box. Okay. So does that do anything? Well, see, we have this obnoxious thing where either that's going to tell us something about the parity of this cell, or it's going to itself be Collatz, in which case I guess it would be that same thing. Yeah, these 2, one of them is as well, although these are marked across boxes, which frightens me slightly to pencil mark, but I'm going to try doing that. then a pair in row 1 and row 9. Yeah, one of these two. I was trying to mark two only pairs that lived in regions, but you're right. One of these two and one of these two. I mean, I just don't think these things are likely to want to sum to 4. Yeah, there's something weird going on here as well, because this is a 1-cell one going into a 4-cell one. But as I noted before, that doesn't really tell me anything other than one of these 5 is Collatz. Column 2 is 1, not 7. So let's see. So Carl is noting the options for this sum. We could just write them all out. And so they are 4, 1, 10, 2, 16, 3, 22, 4, or 28. So those are the options for what this sum is. If this line summed to a double-digit number, this line, okay, so here's a deduction. This line does not sum to a double-digit number. Because if this line summed to a double-digit number, I would need to Collatz both of these cells, but I would have to Collatz them with the same digit. So that does not work. So this line, after appropriate Collatzing, I have no idea about the Collatzing, but after appropriate Collatzing, this line only sums to a single-digit number. And likewise, because it's the same one, this one also only Collatzes to a single-digit number. Okay, so the computed value of these cells is a single-digit number, is the point. And so that means that if I look at what the single-digit numbers are, the computed value here is 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, or 2 for the computed value. Or 3? Yeah, or 3. Sorry. Those are my values that are single digit. That sounds right. So the total sum here is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Note these aren't actual candidates. These are just the possible sums as I think about this. And so I think now I am happy to think about what these things actually sum to. Because could I make these sum to 1? And so even if I take 1, 2, 3, well, I'm always getting at least 1. So there's no way that these sum to less than 3. So 1 and 2 are just immediately out because I'm not doing anything negative. But 3 is also out because in order to get to 3, I would need to actually... in order to get to 3, I would need to make all of these have a calculated value of 1, and I can't make these all have a calculated value of 1. So these do have a calculated value of 4, and now I can actually mark them. These are from 1, 4, 8, because one of them could be an honest 4, but also 1 and 8 both Collatz to 4. And now... how am I making a sum of 4? The only way I'm making a sum of 4 is with a 1, a 2, and a 4, right? And the 2 and the 4 are both Collatz. So these are a 1, 2, 4 triple, and these are a 1, 2, 4 triple. And this is also 1, 4, or 8 because it's the same sum. Okay. And so all of this is a very, very long-winded way of saying that we have this quad in this column. And also saying that the sum of this line is enormous. Because even if I Collatz stuff, I still have to choose from digits that aren't 1, 2, or 4. And so I'm going to get a pretty large sum here. There's no possible universe where... Oh, I've already used my 2 Collatz cells here. That's the point also. Because I needed to Collatz both the 2 and the 4. So I'm going to mark all of these as not Collatz, because I actually needed to put 2 Collatz cells in there. That's quite clever. So yeah, box 4 and box 5 have both used up their Collatz cells. Now this has to be a Collatz cell, because this is summing 4 digits. So this has to be a Collatz cell. And now because there's a Collatz cell up here, none of these are Collatz cells. Now, because of that, this is not a Collatz cell, so this must be a Collatz cell now, because I needed one of these to be a Collatz cell. So yeah, one of those is a Collatz cell. That's fine. I can also say, by the way, for the record, this is a Collatz cell, and it must be odd, and 3 is too small. If this were an even Collatz cell, it would not help at all. So this is an odd digit here. And 3 is not anywhere near enough, because the absolute minimum these things can sum to is 356. 3567. What's 3567? That's 21. The absolute minimum these can sum to is 21, I believe. And so 5's not enough. 7 is enough. So this is a 7 or a 9. For the value over here. Okay. I know there's a 2 in one of these cells because I have this quad here. And so one of these is the 2 in the quad. So this is not a 2. That was the point of that observation. Let's see. Isabella's wanting me to look at this cell. Yeah, the same exact argument over here. In fact, exactly the same calculation makes this a 7, 9, because this is summing this is summing 4 digits that aren't 1, 2, or 4. There's no Collatzing involved, so this is definitely Collatzed. That means none of this is Collatz, because I have my 2 Collatzes for the row. It means one of these is definitely really a 4, which in turn means one of these is a 4, for whatever it's worth. This is a 7 or a 9. Okay. I probably could say things like 3 has to be on this line, but I don't think Math Pesto would make me do that at this point. I'm just using setter uniqueness. Oh, I don't think I ever got a betting tree cell. I'm just going to put the betting tree over down here while we do that. Okay. Row 8, column 4. Oh, I was very close to guessing the correct place. Row 8, column 4. There we go. I feel like Math Pesto just did that because this is the single cell in the grid that's most restricted. Do not bet 1, 2, 4, or 8. It will not end well. Okay, so I know one of these is a 4. So one of these is a 4, because I need a 4 in both of these strings. The one of these that's not a 4 is a Collatz cell, which is going to put a Collatz cell here. So one of these 2 is also a Collatz cell, is what you're telling me, it sounds like. That is row 8, column 4. Let's see, Directionary is saying if I really want to math this, it can't be 7. I mean, exactly the same thing must be true over here, right? If that's true. So if this were a 7, these would sum to 28. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, got it. So these would sum to 28. And so the sum I would be going for in the outies would be 17. If that's a 7. So these would have to be a 6, 9. No, sorry, 17, which would have to be 8, 9. 22 plus 7 is actually 29, I'm being told. So 29, okay. So that's true. Okay, so if I do the math correctly, these three cells, if this, in the universe where this is a 7, these three cells sum to 22, plus these is 28. And so then in order to fill out my complement of these two cells, I forgot to add 1 in my 3n plus 1. So then in my complement to the 29, I'd need these to add to 16, but that only works as 7 and 9. So we actually get a 9 here in order to make this work. And we get to do a little 9 dance. Boop 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 boop. Woo! Boop 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 boop. Woo! Boop 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 boop. Woo! Boop 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 boop. Woo! Woo! Alrighty. So we get this 9, and so now we actually know the sum of these, because 9 tripled and added 1 is 28 plus 7. 28 plus 7 is 35. 28 plus 7 sounds like 35. So these need to sum to 10 without using a 1, 2, or a 4. So they have to be 3, 7. Note that doesn't imply this has to be a 9 out of the box. Or sorry, this, because this being a 7, it's okay if these are a 7, 9 pair. Hey, Medi. So I'm going to fill in this quad because it's a quad. 3, 4. So these are 5, 6, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Okay. Directionary says it has to be a 7. Am I creating a bad quad if I make this a 9? Right. If I make this a 9, yes, that is true. If I make this a 9, it doesn't work because it creates a quintuple out of 4 digits. So let me explain Directionary's point. So if this is a 9, then by our previous math, this is 5, 6, 8, 9. But now I have a... Oh, no, I have a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Never mind. No. I have a 5, 6, 8. In this universe, I have a 5, 6, 8, 9 quintuple. So that doesn't work. So this can't be a 9. It has to be a 7, is the point. What's wrong with my quintuple explanation? I feel like the quintuple version is much easier for me to see, but whatever you like. It has to be that because these two add to 10. And so I mean, it's the same thing at the end of the day, but here's the way others in chat would prefer to see it. If this is a 9, these two cells add to 10, and so they're 3, 7, because they can't be 1, 9, 2, 8, or 4, 6, so they would be 3, 7. And so other people are finding it slightly easier to see that would put a 3, 7 triple in row 6, rather than seeing what it would do in this row. But of course, it's exactly the same digits, so if you're putting those digits down here, then you're putting too much of these digits up here. In any event, it does make this a 7, which means these are summing to 16. Hey, Kajito. These are summing to 16, and so they are 7 and 9, if I remember how my math worked out. So this was 7 plus 22 is 29, so yeah, these need to be 16. The only way to do that is 7, 9. So that 7, 9 does a little bit, so it removes 9 as accounted here. It fixes the 3 and the 7 over there. So we get that going on. These digits we now know in this box are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 5, 6, 8. So we've got that going on. Okay. Right, so these Collatz to the same thing as, or whichever of these is Collatz. Yeah, so we either get a Collatz digit here and here, or we just get one here, and then these two are the same digit. Those are really the options. So I probably need to know a little bit more about what that digit is before I know. Ah, right. Neither of these can be a 1. That's very smart. Okay, this is a point from Dog. If this were a 1, if one of these was a 1, then these become a 2-4 pair. But the 2 and 4 in this box are Collatz, and so that would be 3 Collatzes in the column. That's just silly. So there's no 1 here. This is actually a 4-8 pair. And the same thing happens here. If this was a 1, these would be a 2-4, and that would also be 3 Collatzes in the column. So this is a 4-8. That means these aren't 4. These are 1, 2. This is 4. It is Collatz. This is not a 4. So now the 4 in this triple is here. So this isn't a 4. It's an 8, and that's a 4, and that's an 8. And so we now know how the collatzing works. So this 4 is not collatzed. The 8 is, and this 8 is also collatzed, which gives me all the collatzing for this box. Carl pointed out some time ago, and I saw it, but was explaining other things. I know one of these two is collatzed, and that's collatzed, so these can't be collatzed. This is not an 8. So now this is definitely not collatzed. This is definitely not collatzed. There we go, better. So we've got that. The same is actually true. Carl's point actually also applies in column 3. One of these is collatzed. Oh, right. In fact, this has to be collatzed, because only one of these can be collatzed. So this one has to be collatzed, so it has to be a 2. But one of these is now collatzed, and so that's 2 collatzes for the column, so there's no collatzes there. I get to say the word collatzes a lot in this puzzle. Is Collatz still alive? I don't know. I would bet the answer is no, but probably only just. Nori, as we say. Okay. Row 6 has been fully collatzed, so we can collatz these over here. So these are a 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 7, 8, and not 9. So these are from 1, 5, 6, 8 over here for now. Died in 1990. Okay, so narrowly no. Okay. So I guess the question is, can these 3 cells sum to 28? Because they need to sum to 28 without a Collatz cell. And the answer is no. This is Sean Trendle's point in chat. By the way, welcome, Sean. The maximum these could sum to without that would be 24, but 24 is too little because remember, Collatz 9 is 28. So this cell is collatzed, and that gives me all the collatzes for this column. This box is fully collatzed. I was about to articulate that in a way that was way more complicated, but I'll spare you. So this can't be a 9, but it must be odd, because if it was even, then I'm making it smaller, not bigger. So it must be odd. So it's 1, 3, 5, 7. If it were 9, that would be too big, because then that would work. But now, certainly, these small numbers are not going to work. L Gray row 9, as chat does this. So let's rule out all of the small numbers here and see that this can't be most of them. So remember, I need to get to 28. If this is a 1, that would be 4 plus 8, 9 is nowhere near 28. And it couldn't even be 8, 9, but we're going to ignore that. If this were a 3, this cell would count as 10. And the maximum I could get here is 16. That's 26. That's not going to work. If this were 7, then these would now add to 22, and I would need these to add to 6, which, as Carl points out, is impossible because the only ways to make 6 are 1, 5, and 2, 4, and both of them are ruled out by this 1, 4 pair. I like to think MathPesto put that in there just for me because MathPesto knows how much I love that particular deduction. I don't know. I'm just delighted anytime you can break both ways to sum to exactly 6. So this can't be a 7. In fact, it is a 5. So that's not a 5. Okay, so now I know what these actually sum to. So this is a 16. So therefore, these sum to 12 in order to get us to 28. So what is my ways to make 12? Well, it's not 5, 7, or 4, 8. So it's either 6, 6, which it's not, or 3, 9. That's my only other option. Yeah, 6, 6, 5, 7, 4, 8, and 3, 9. Those are the only options, and we've ruled out all but that one. So these, therefore, are 3, 9. So lots of good stuff happening here, I believe. I'll remind us that one of these two I know is Collatz, but I don't necessarily know which one yet. Oh no, Directionary wants me to do math in row 3. Like minimizing this or maximizing it or something. That sounds ugly. How can I do parity? I don't understand how people are getting that. How are we getting that this has to be odd? Or even? Do I know the parity of this sum somehow? I don't feel like I know the parity of this sum. Maybe I do. The lines in row 3 sum to an even number. Oh, for the love of God. I, this whole time, have thought that was one sum. And I was thinking about how we were going to sum these 5 digits. But of course, it's not one sum, because it crosses the box. And once you know that it crosses the box, and so yeah, the whole time I thought people were doing math on this box and the rule of 45, and then trying to do some really convoluted way of counting what the Collatz digit was in this box together with the rule of 45 to figure out the parity of this line. No, none of that. These have the same sum. They're real digits, so they sum to an even number. These also sum to an even number. Plus an odd number means this digit has to be even, but it's not 4 or 8, so it's 2 or 6, and it's not 2. Whoa boy, that was not my finest moment. Especially given I told an anecdote about doing exactly that at the beginning of the stream, but then I did it again, even though we talked about it. So yes, so this has to be a 6. There has no options. So I really don't know why my brain was like, yeah, that's definitely 1. Several people in chat also thought that. I'm going to do a variant of region sum lines where you don't know if it breaks on a border. Like it might or might not break on a border. That would be fun. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you have to put little X's on the boundaries or not put X's on the boundaries. Okay. So we know the sum of this if I try very hard. It's easier to recognize our patterns than to break them. So yes, so these total sum to, and yes, if you thought I was saying that these were all summed together so I could figure out the sum of these, you are absolutely right. My brain had already forgotten literally as we were talking about it. So these sum to 18. So each of these things separately needs to sum to 9. But the only way these digits sum to 9 is 7, 2. So these are not 1 or 3 or 5. And so these are not 2 or 7. They are 1, 3, and 5. So now I know that these sum to 9. And so because these sum to 9, there has to be a Collatz thing going on, which means this is not Collatz. Which means that now this string of 4 digits sums to a real number that is 10 or greater. So this has to be Collatz and has to be odd. And as noted, this number is at least 10, so this can't be a 1. I think it could barely be a 3, actually, annoyingly. Okay. So now that's all the collatzing for this row. So those become gray. This becomes collatzed. Oops. Over here. Let's see. Right. If I put 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to break the ever-living daylights out of this line. I have to be very cautious about how I make this line work, even with a single Collatz digit. So I think the correct thing is for me not to think about this, but think about this. So what's the largest digit I can put on this line? So I can put 1 and 2, and I can... the sum of this line is 9. We just have to figure out how to make 9. And so, isn't the only way 1, 2, 3, 4? I think the only way is 1, 2, 3, 4 with collatzing the 2. No, because I could collatz the 4, right? Oh boy, yeah, this is going to be tricky. Because if I take 1 and 2 and a collatzed 4, that's only summing to 5, and then I could do that with a 5. So 5 is fine. So here's the thing. It's definitely never an 8, because each of these cells sums to at least 1. What about a 6? If this is a 6, I would need to make these cells sum to 4, which I could only do in 3 as 1, 2, 4. That's not possible either. So this is a 1 or a 5. Those are the only ways. Oh, I could have a collatzed 6, but this cell still can't be a 6 because this cell is not collatzed. But a collatzed 6 could be 1, 2, 4 and Collatz 6, right? Not 1, 2, 3 and Collatz 6. Okay. So no 8 and 9 go on this line, is part of the point of that. And this line has to have a bunch of digits on it. Like, it has to have a 1 on it for sure. Is vanilla 5 possible? Oh, that's right. I'm shooting for this. Sorry, this line sums to 9, not to 10. Why am I trying to sum to 10? I don't know why I'm trying to sum to 10. Not for any good reason. So if this is a 5... these would need to sum to 4, and that doesn't work either, because the only way to do that is with 2 Collatz cells, as we previously noted. So this is a 1. These aren't 1. That's not 1. So got that. That's right. Amusingly, Tristan can't use the emojis from his account. So that's a 1. So now these need to collatz together to 8. They definitely can't include a 9. So there's definitely a 9 in these cells. Because if I included a 9 in here, I would either not collatz it or I would collatz it, and both would be complete disasters. So that 9 over there gives me an 8 and a 9. It means this digit's not an 8. Okay. Yeah, I just know the 8s down here from the row. I don't even have to think about whether I can put an 8 on here because of that. I can't put a 7 on there. And so I can put all the numbers up to that, though, because we've proven you can put a 6 on here and it'll be fine. So now we need to think about what the minimum of this line is. And so the minimum of this line is now, well, it's got a 9 and an 8 on it. So the minimum is at least 17 plus 5. It's at least 22. So I need to go up to at least 22. So 3 and 5 are out. So this is a 7 or a 9 for sure. So we've got 7 or 9. The only way... And I think this would break. The only way that I could make this a 7 is if this is 8 and 9 and 2 and 3. And if I take away the 2 and 3, I feel like we're going to have a very big problem with this line, because now suddenly I have to put at least a 4 and a 5 and a 6 on this line, and that's going to be way more. So this can't sum to 22. I would take away the 2 and the 3 and then break the ever-living daylights out of this line. So this is a 9, which now means that the sum of this line is 28. And so now these two cells can't... What? This isn't a 9? Is your complaint that I put a 9 in here because I said... I don't understand what people are complaining about in this particular instance. Anyway, the sum of this line is now 28. And so these two can't sum to 28 in any sort of organic way. They need a Collatz digit. And actually, they need a Collatz digit. So that's not a Collatz digit. And the Collatz digit they need is quite large. So again, because it's large, I know it has to be an odd. It can't be a 9. But the absolute maximum this cell can be, actually, and I'm going to fill this in while I see it. The maximum this cell can be is actually itself a 7. So that means this needs to be at least 21. Well, that means this needs to be a 7, which is no surprise. It's what I was expecting. And so that means that this sums to 22. And so if this sums to 22, therefore that's a 6. So that is not a 6. I mean, the nice thing is when you know that you're going to be way over your maximum, you don't have to think about the actual minimum. You only have to do the actual minimum if you think you're going to be very, very close to the actual minimum. But I generally don't assume that I need to optimize my mins and maxes unless I'm very, very close. Okay, so this column I can now fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not a 3. This is not a 3 or a 7. Let's see. Okay, we've got all of that going on. That's not super exciting. One of those is a 3, but who cares? So I think I should think back to my outies here, because these sum to 28 plus 8. So 28 plus 8 is 36. So the actuality is that these sum to 9, not counting collatzing. So they need to be 2, 3, 4. They have no choice but to be 2, 3, 4, because it's summing to 9 without a 1. I did that right? 28 plus 6 is 36. Yep, so these need to sum to 9. They need to be 2, 3, 4. And if these are 2, 3, 4, that gives me a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple, or sorry, a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in this row. So it means these aren't 3. Now, the 3 is also over here, so this isn't 3 either. It gives me a 1, 2, 4 in the row. What am I collatzing out of 2, 3, 4? I need to collatz the 2. So it's 1, a collatzed 2, and 3 and 4 is the answer to what is actually in here, is a collatzed 2. Bye, Franco. It has been fun, yes. So one of these is a collatzed 2, which is very interesting because there's also a collatzed 2 in these cells. So there's actually a collatzed 2. We have a collatzed 2 Jovi wing in these cells. Jovi wing on collatzed 2s. What sentences I find myself saying? Okay, there's a 7 up there. Let's see. So this digit has to be even or 1 or something like that. Let me write in the candidates for this digit, because all these three have to be... These two digits are the same. So let's just start with these two digits are the same. So they're not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4, and they can't be 5 either. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4 only. Let's see if those are really possible. So if these were both 1, this would be a collatzed 2, which is the puzzle's theme, so that's fine. If these were both 2, This would be a Collatz 4, which seems fine. If these are both 3, nothing Collatzes to 3, because Collatzing always gives you an even number, so these aren't 3. Sorry, Collatzing always gives you an even number unless you get to exactly 1. Wait, no, that's not true. Sorry, 6 does. Sorry, these could be 3 if that's a 6. Yes, this could be 6. Okay. And then 4, I could get to in a couple ways with a Collatz 1 or a Collatz 8. Okay. This could be a 1, and these could be 4. This can't be an 8, because there's already a Collatz 8 in the box. But I think this could be a 1. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, which would make both of these be 4. That's fine. So I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is our options. I don't think that was an interesting endeavor at all. Let's see. Okay, so let's fill in the rest of this column. So we need a 2, we've got a 3 and a 4, and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 left to place. And then we've got the 8 and the 9. So these aren't 6. That one's not 5. And that wasn't interesting either. So we seem to have stalled out. I guess I could maybe do the same analysis over here, but it doesn't look good to me. Let's see. Oh, right. Okay. Beautiful point from Kuraban. There's 2 Collatz cells in here. And so they have to live, one of them has to live here. Wait, do I know they can't both live here? Oh, yes, I do know they can't both live here, but for a very complicated reason. If these were both Collatz, they would be 2 and 4. So yeah, that's a very, very complicated spot from Kuraban. So these can't both be Collatz, because they would have to be a 4 and a 2, which would break that cell. So one of these is Collatz, which is all of the Collatzes for the row. So these are not Collatz, which means this is Collatz, and we said the Collatz thing is a 2 in order to make this sum work. Yes, this is Collatz from the conjecture. So now this cell is a 1, and so it's not Collatz, which means this is Collatz, which means this is not Collatz, and this is Collatz. So therefore, that's a 2 and a 4 and a 1. And we've got all of that stuff. Okay, this is a pair now. Right, okay. Garion has a way to see it that I like slightly better, which is that I need to put a 1 in both of these, because I needed to put 2 1s in this 4x4, and that meant I was putting 2 non-Collatz cells in here, which meant the 2 Collatz cells were diagonal to each other. I like that way better than the other way, which may, for all I know, be how Kuraban saw it. Kuraban made the claim, and I was like, yeah, I can see that. But the way I saw it was kind of excruciating. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. This isn't a 6. Oh, and these aren't 3 because there's a 3, 4 pair in the box. Isabella points out I can gray both of these. One of these is Collatz now. For whatever that is worth. Good point. 6, 7 are a hidden pair in column 9 per Carl's observation. So this is a 6, 7 pair because there's nowhere else. I can't put 6 or 7 down there. That's very smart. So now this is a quad, so that's going to be helpful, I suspect. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the answer. So now I have to think about what these could be. So they can't be 9, because remember, one of these is Collatz and one of them is a digit, and they are the same. Their computed value is the same. And the only thing that Collatz to 9 is 18. And so I'm not putting an 18 in one of these cells. Okay. I could put a 4 and an 8, or a 2 and a 4. Both of those would work. I can't put a 2 and an 8, though. So there's always a 4 here. I don't know that that's going to do any good, but there's always a 4 there. So there's never a 4 involved over here. So that 4 looks down and tells me that's not a 4, so that's not a 4. Let's see. 9 in box 3. Right. The 9 in box 3 we know is over here now, Carl points out. And so that looks down, which makes that a 5 and an 8 and a 6 and a 9. That's going to be very helpful. So these are a 3-6 pair. That's a 5 and a 6. These aren't 6. These aren't 5, so they're a 2-7 pair, making that a 6. So now these can't be 3s anymore, because the only way for them to be 3s would be for this to be a Collatz 6, but the 6 is gone, so these are not 3s. So we can get rid of that option. These aren't 8, so there definitely is an 8 up here, so these are a 4-8 pair now. And so the point is this is an 8 and a Collatz 4. No, sorry, it's a Collatz 8 and a normal 4. In any event, this is now also 4 or 8, right? There's no other way to Collatz to a thing. Am I right about that? And it's not 4. I see that by Sudoku. But the computed value is 4. Oh, it could be a 1 if it's Collatz. Okay, but it's not a 4. So this is a 1 or an 8. If it's Collatz, it's a 1. And if it is not Collatz, it's an 8. This isn't 5. These aren't 7, because there's a 2-7 pair in the box. So in fact, that's the 7 for the column. It's the only place for 7 in the column. This row is now down to a quad that I can fill in. Oh, right. This is always Collatz because I'm trying to get to 4. So the point is this is always Collatz, even though I don't know what it is. But in both universes, because it can't be a vanilla 4, and I know 4 is the computed value of this thing, that works out. Yes. Good point to chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so these are 1, 2, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 4. It's a lot of 1, 2s. Well, here's a good point. Where does this digit go in row 7? This digit in row 7 definitely goes there, so therefore this is not a 4. Because these two, remember, are the same digit. So this can only be something that Collatzes to 1 or 2, so it's got to be 2 or 4, I believe. I don't think there are any other options secretly hanging around, which very bizarrely gives us a quad in this box, which means that these digits are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's get rid of that one. So this isn't 7 or 9. These aren't 6. So we've got that. Where do the 7 and 9 go in this box? The 7 and the 9 in this box actually have to go down here just by Sudoku, so there's no 3 there. So this is a 7 or a 9, which gives us a 7-9 pair in the column, which means the things that are left up here are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 3, 5, 6 only. This 4, I see Ambrose pointing out, looks down, which removes 4 as a possibility from there. And removing that 4 is actually huge because it places 4 in row 7. So now that's a 4. So this is a 2. So these are both 1. That's a 5. That's a 2. That's a 7 and a 2. This is now an 8. It's an 8. Which makes this the non-Collatz cell, because it's a 4. Sorry, it makes this the non-Collatz cell, so it's a 4. And this is an 8. It is Collatzed. So this is not 1 anymore. This one has looked over and given us a 4 over here, a 1 over here. This is a pair that consists of 8 and something else. 8 and 2, yes. So it's 8 and 2 in that order. This 7 is seen now, so that's a 7 and a 9. This 5, 8 is seen, so that's a 5 and an 8. This 7 looks down, so that's a 9 and a 7. The 4 looks up here. This is, let's see, what is left in this column? We've got 1, 2, 3, a 4 and a 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Oh, it's only 4 and 5, and we know the order. It's 5 and 4. Makes that not a 5. I ask where 5 goes in this column. Note it can't be here because there's a 5 in the box. So that's a 5. So I've got just a quad left in this box. So let's mark up this thing since I know the sum of it now. We've got a 1 left to place. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what's left. This isn't a 1 or a 9. That gives us a 3, 6 pair, actually. So this is a 1 and a 9. And so now I can think about how I'm going to make the sum work. So the sum of the line is 13 in here. So I need to make these add to 13. And so these already add to 9. So I need this to compute to a value of 4. The only way that works is if I make that a 1 that is Collatz. And so that makes this a 9 that is not Collatz, makes that not Collatz, makes this Collatz. Our Collatzing is done. So we get to fill all that in. The 2 over there looks back and gives me a 7 and a 6 and a 7. Gives me a 3 and a 6 and 2 and 3 and a 1. 6 and 3. Let's see. This digit is a 3 or a 5. I don't think because I don't think I ever used this line, did I? These two things need to add to be, these two things need to add to 9. Oh, maybe there's a deadly pattern down here that I just haven't seen because I haven't filled anything in. So these two need to add to 9 without being 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6. So these are 4, 5. And so that is a 5 and a 4, which is going to give me a 3, a 1, a 3, a 5, a 4. It's also possible the puzzle is just overclued so people don't get lost in some of the math, which is fine. One of these is a 3. It's that one. One of these is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of these is an 8. It's that one. This is a 6. And then this is a 3. Really clever idea. The having to pin down 2 of these at once must have made setting this a nightmare. Because the fact that you can't get any eliminations at all until you know that you have 2 doublers looking at the thing in the same row, column, or box is really interesting. Like I don't care for the Collatz part, if I'm honest, but I love the 2 modified cells idea. Like it increases the difficulty by such a huge factor. But it's so cool sort of figuring out and bouncing these around. And the way that was used in this puzzle, I'm a huge fan of. Because it was done in lots of cool ways. Enjoy space, 57 Thorns. I'm hoping 57 Thorns is actually an astronaut that is about to be in space. We'll see. There are a lot of 2s and 8s and 4s in our Collatz digits. But yeah, really neat. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Yeah, when everyone started suggesting, because every once in a while there's a puzzle that everyone's like, Zeta will love this puzzle. I didn't actually, and I skimmed the rules. I didn't notice the 2, but the 2 is huge. It's interesting. In the puzzle I was doing that eventually broke, that had two sets, it was actually, they were colored, so there would be a yellow set and a blue set, so you'd get that kind of thing going on. This doesn't do that. I wonder if that's easier or harder. Multiple Collatz 9s were pulled off. 2 fancy Collatz 9s. Yeah, this is a very impressive setting. Like, as I solve this, my brain is just like, oh god, yeah, setting this just seems like an absolute nightmare. The break-in with this line was very cool. Like that was expertly set up. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break again to pull up another puzzle, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to do Denominoes by the Cogito. This has the honor of being the oldest puzzle that is in the bucket. Well, it won't be it's the oldest puzzle in the bucket that doesn't mention friendly cells. I don't know. I haven't been in a friendly cell mood lately. So the if you look at the very top of the bucket, if you're one of the people who can look at the list of puzzles to vote on, the very top is like 4 puzzles that involve friendly numbers. But anyway, we'll do this Cogito puzzle. I'm gonna guess that is a betting tree. It is the colors of the Brazilian flag. That's cool. Denominoes, do 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 do. Denominoes, do 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 do. Alrighty. So what do we have? We have normal Sudoku rules apply. Same colored cages contain digits summing to the same value. So the yellow things are killer cages that have an unknown sum, and the greens are killer cages that also have an unknown sum. And cells separated by a white Kropki dot must sum... What? That can't be right. It can't be saying these two digits sum to 2. I'm going to guess that it means that the difference of these two digits is 2. Otherwise, it would be a very weird use. So we're just going to pretend that the difference of these two digits is 2. So let's do it that way. So one thing I notice right away as I look at this is that because these two have a difference of 2, actually, and these two do as well, the totals of both cages are even. Because regardless of whether this is odd or even, both of these are odd or even, and they always sum to an even. So, in fact, every domino consists of 2 digits that have the same parity. So, is it possible that that one of these is 2, 6, making the sum of all the greens 8? That seems very unlikely to me, but let's try it. If these were 2, 6 summing to 8, these could be 3, 5. Okay, maybe it's possible. It might be possible. Otherwise, we have to put all of our evens here. So it's either the case that the total is 8, and one of these is 2, 6, or the 2 and the 6 in the row are both there, which would be interesting. This cage definitely contains odd digits. Okay, so let's do a little math on what the minimum the sum could be. So these 4 cells, they sum to a minimum of 13. So over here, these need to sum to an even total that's at least 13 over 2. So the sum is at least 8, yet again. So yeah, in both cases, the sum is at least 8. Let's see. Yeah, so 8... It's weird that 8 is still seeming plausible. Okay, this white dot is interesting. Actually, this white dot too, because every white dot needs an even number. And 2 and 6 are gone. So this is either with a 4 or with an 8. Which I guess doesn't tell me a whole lot about this digit, ultimately. Kodak points out that it is less than 14, because if it was 14, I would need to make, well, sorry, could it be 14? Is it possible that both of these are 14? Box 1, right? So if I try to make 28 in 4 digits, how do I make 28 in 4 digits? Maybe I'm not sure. Oh, all of them use a 6? Oh, it's because of 14. It has nothing to do with the 28. Sorry, I'm doing this in a more complicated way. There's only 2 ways to make 14, which are 6, 8, and 5, 9. And so, because I can't use a 6 up here, I can't make these 14. And because I can't use an 8 down here, I can't make the sum to 14. So the sum is 8, 10... Well, sorry, each sum is 8, 10, or 12. Those are the only options. I'm squinting to see if I can rule out any of 8, 10, and 12 with the 4 and the 8. I don't think I can. Because I could do 12 as 5, 7, and 3, 9, and that would be fine. Then that would be 5, 7. One of these would be 5, 7. Okay, maybe this is a coloring puzzle. Maybe I'm supposed to ask where these dominoes end up in the various boxes. Because 8 and 12 can only be made in 3 ways. So there's only 3 versions of the dominoes. And 10 can be made in 4 ways, but that's still actually pretty restrictive if you look at it. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, so yes, that's a good point. So what do we look at? What does the middle row sum to in each of these instances? And so Screaming Ice Cube has done the math for us and said that the middle row here would need to sum to 21, 17, or 13, and the middle row down here would need to sum to 17, 13, or 9. The thing we know about the sums already is that they're each 8, 10, or 12. SPQ. I think that's all that we know. But it is the logic so far has worked for both colors to rule that they're 8, 10, or 12. Let's see. So 8 only has one way to make it as a sum of 2 evens. Does 12 only have one way to make it as a sum of 2 evens? Yes. So yeah, there are 2 ways to make it as a sum of 2 odds, annoyingly. So this domino here, I guess we can think of in a few different ways. If this domino is 8, it's 3, 5. If the domino is summing to 10, it's 4, 6. And if the domino is summing to 12, then it's 5, 7. So we get this bizarre, it's from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which does not seem super useful. Here's something useful. No matter what this domino is, it has to repeat in this box. Because it's never 2, 6. So whatever this domino is, it's one of these 2. And so whatever this domino is, it then is going to be pushed into one of these cells. So one of these pairs also sums to the same total as yellow, because one of them is this one. That seems relevant. So it's... Oh, no, sorry. Right, it can't be 4, 6. That's the point. Okay, yeah, so it can't be 4, 6. Codec finds the corollary of what I said out of all of that. It can't be 4, 6, because if this were 4, 6, I would need to put 4 and 6 in this box, but the 4 would need to go in a cage where it would want a 6, but it can't have 1. So this isn't 4, 6. This really is odd. It really is 3, 5, or 7. There really is a 5 in here for sure. Which is all good. Okay, and I think all the same logic works down here. Let's double check if the same logic works down here. So again, if I was summing to 8, it would be 3, 5. If I was summing to 10, it would be 4, 6. And if I was summing to 12, it would be 5, 7. But if it were 4, 6, I would need to put 6 in this box somewhere without a 4, so it's not 4, 6. And so there's also a 5 down here. Same exact logic applies down here. So good point. Right. Okay, so Carl has another cool follow-through. The Cogito is greatly enjoying the logic that he embedded in his puzzle, or possibly the nonsense logic that we have invented. Okay, so here's a point from Carl. We said this domino appears either here or here. Either way, it tells us the domino can't sum to 8, because there are either 3 dominoes that sum to 8 in this row, or 3 dominoes that sum to 8 in this row. And it does not work either way, because the only 3 ways to make 8 include a 2 and a 6, and so it doesn't work either way. So this can't be 3, 5. It is 5, 7, and so the total of this is 12. So the yellow is 12. Note the same logic does not apply down here to rule out 8 as being a possibility. So this could still potentially, and I don't know, it seems likely to me, but who knows, this could still potentially sum to 8. Okay. Oh, yes, exactly the same argument works to rule out 12 down here. Because if this repeats in one of these, and there are only 3 ways to make 12, one of which is 4, 8. And so that's ruled out of both of these, and so this can't be 12. So yeah, by the same argument, the other way around, this one sums to 8. Oops, 3, 5, no 5 there. Okay, so this is summing to 8. Okay, gorgeous. So this digit's not a 4 because it doesn't have a dot to Kropki with. Also because there's a 4 in the row. Fantastic. Okay, so we've got this sum and this sum nailed down, so that feels like progress. And now what does one do with that information? Okay, so what digits are definitely in this row then? So there's definitely a 1 in these digits because I can't put a 1 in a 12 cage. For whatever it is worth. Ah, yes, that is a good point. Where do 6, this is from SPQ, where do 2 and 6 go in this row? And the answer is that I have a 2-6 pair right here because I can't put 2 or 6 in a 12 cage. And where do 4 and 8 go in row 8? They have to go here because I can't put 4 and 8 in an 8 cage. Excuse me. Very nice. So that is super cool. Thank you for the Gesundheit codec. Are we going to get a Zeta sneeze emote now? Let's see, and these are trying to sum to 12. So if there was a 2 on this dot as the even number, it would have to go exactly 2, 3, 9. But I don't think there's anything immediately that seems to be wrong with those going 2, 3, 9 that I can figure out. This can't be 4, 8. That's the next point. So this domino is not 5, 7, and it's not 4, 8 by the column. So therefore, it's the other one. This one's 3, 9. So that seems very large. So these digits are 1, 4, 8, actually. So that's really cool. I really like this deduction about the 3, 9. Can do the same thing over here, presumably. Yeah, this can't be 2, 6. So it's got to be the other one. These are 1 and 7. And then these are 2 and 6 and the other one. 9, perhaps? Yeah, 2, 6, and 9. So I'm noticing now if the even digit on this dot is 8, this would have to be 8, 7, 1, which would create a weird... Oh, no, it would just create a deadly pattern, but it wouldn't really be a deadly pattern because there's a white dot on one of them. So I don't think that is a problem. Okay, and similarly here, it's forced to be 3, 9 if the even digit here is a 2, but I could do 2, 3, 9. And I don't think there's a problem with it immediately. Okay. So this domino now, what is it? It's not 3, 9, and it's not 5, 7. So this domino now is 4, 8. And exactly the same thing applies to this domino. It's also 4, 8. Okay, that's cool. Screaming Ice Cube pointed that out to me. Likewise here, these aren't 3, 5, or 1, 7, so these are 2, 6. So now this digit here can't be a 3. It could be a 5 or a 7, and it can't be a 9. So this digit's a 5 or a 7. But we know that the 5 and the 7 go either there or there. And so we now know where the 5, 7 goes. It actually goes there, and then it goes there. That's because I knew that one of these cages had to be 5, 7. So this is 5, 7, and these digits are from what? One of them's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, I did too many. I took out too many digits. What am I missing? 1, 2. No, they're not 2. Oh, no, this really does work. We get a digit. These can only be 1 and 6. They can't be 2 because of the given 2. So where does 2 go in this box? Only here. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da. We get to do the 2 dance. Woo! Waha! Wee! Whoa! Ha ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. We have a digit. I really thought that we were going to make it literally the entire puzzle until we got a digit, the way the puzzle was going, but we did not. So this is not a 2. Okay, so these are a 1, 6 pair. So I know what these are as a pair. These are not 1, 2. They are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They are 3 or 9. 3 and 9. And so these digits are 1 and 2, it looks like. But I know the order because this 2, 6 pair looks up. So that's actually a 1 and a 2 in that order. So now these digits are the other ones. These digits are 3 and 9. Strangely, this 2, 6 pair does not look up and sort that out. So now we've got to go down here and look at this. So, do I know how this works out yet? I I probably have to repeat exactly the same logic, and for whatever reason, my brain is now not wanting to do it. The point is to ask what this digit is, and the answer is it is a 3 or a 5. It cannot be anything else because of what's going on in the box. And so because this is a 3 or a 5, and because I know that either this was a 3-5 pair or this was a 3-5 pair, this is the one that's the 3-5 pair. And so that's a 3-5 because of the invisible cage that we identified earlier. And so now these digits are, well, they're not 4, so this is the only place for a 4 in the box. I will not be surprised this time when I actually get a digit out of it. And so these digits are an 8 and a 9, it looks like. That's not a 4. Yes, I believe these are an 8 and a 9. And so these are a 1 and something else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 1 and a 7. Beautifully set up to not be useful. Let's see. These digits are the remaining things in this box. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are a 4 and a 9. And so these are a 1 and a 7. Let's see. We've got this 4-8 pair looking down at that, making that a 9 and a 4. So there's a 4 in this box somewhere in this string of digits. I don't know if that's worth writing down yet. I'll pencil mark it anyway. And where is 8 in this box? Oh, well, it's not. No, it could be there. Okay, and where is 8 in this box? 8 in this box, just by Sudoku, is in one of these two cells. 8. There we go. So this is either 4, 8, or it isn't. Where are 4 and 8 in box 6 is actually a very good question. Because I can't have 4 or 8 in this cell. And I've got 4 8s looking over here. So this is actually a 4-8 pair. So if this cage is not 4-8, then I get a Jovi wing on 4s and 8s, which pushes 4s and 8s up there for whatever that is worth. Yeah, this is either 1-7 or 3-5, I know. Yep, of course I can do the same thing with 2-6 in box 4, Judith points out. So this is a 2-6. SBQ also pointed it out. Yeah, the same Sudoku thing happens. The dot in box 4. Oh, right. Okay, that's gorgeous. If that's the intended path that Garian just spotted, that's amazing. So if this is not 4-8, Garian's point is then I have a Jovi wing on 4-8s. So these cells now can't be 4 or 8, but they can't be 2 or 6 either. And now I have a white dot with no even digit, and that does not work. So these are not 4-8. That is 4 and 8. Awesome. That's so cleanly set up. It feels like it almost has to be the intended thing, but wow, that's great. Now where does 4 go in this box? It only has one place now because 4 is never going in this cage. And so 4 is there now. So this is now 3 or 5, and so this cage is 3-5. That 4 looks over here and makes that an 8 and a 4. Makes this cage 2-6 or 1-7. Do I know for sure which one it is? I don't think so. Let's see. So we could do exactly the same thing upside down. It's likely. So if I look at where 2 and 6 go in this box, they go in these places. But if 2 and 6 don't go here, Then I, of course, get the Jovi wing on 2 and 6 here, looking at this white dot, which means this white dot doesn't have 2, 4, 6, or 8 on it, and that does not work. So no such thing happens. So this is a 6-2 in this cage. That's just chef's kiss gorgeous, that setup about the white dot and the even numbers. So this is not a 4. Kajito is getting that beautiful feeling of watching someone solve a puzzle that you set a long time ago but have not thought about, and being like, wow, I was so clever back then. Let's see. Annoyingly, that cell could be a 9. But then I always end up feeling imposter syndrome about my past self and wondering if I'm like still as good a setter as I was back when I made this thing that seems really cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are not 1. Those are not 9. I can place 3 and 5 in column 3 by Jovi Wing, I am told. Yeah, we do. Great point from Carl. So my 3s and 5s for these two boxes are gone, so my 3s and 5s in this box have to be up here, and so they have to be like that. And probably the same thing is happening over here, because everything has seemed to happen twice within this puzzle. Oh, I haven't yet figured out what this dot is, but I probably should figure out what this dot is, huh? Well, let's fill in the rest of these digits. So that's 8, 1, 9, 7. That's now a 4. How did I figure out what this one was? I'm sure there was a way. Let's see. So, let's see. Do 2 in box 6 first. Yes. 2 in box 6. Can't go in a 12 cage. So 2 in box 6 is there. And so now this is either a 111 or a 3-9, and it's probably a 3-9, right? So that's a 9 and a 3. That is not a 3. The 2 looks over there and makes that a 6 and a 2. All of this looks down. 5 and a 3. Neither of these is a 9. So that one is a 9. This one isn't a 2, so it's a 6 and a 2. 1 and a 6. 7 and a 5. 7 looks down. 1 and a 7. 7 isn't next to 4. For once, I will notice that. I feel like one of the most common things that chat points out to me is that I have a white dot that has a candidate marked that is obviously nonsense. But yes, 7 can't be next to 4, so that's an 8 and a 4 and a 4 and an 8. 8 isn't next to 3, which makes that a 9 and a 3. Cue me immediately missing that I have something pencil marked on a white dot that doesn't fit. Let's see. One of these is a 9, but I already knew that. Let's see. Should I just fill in the row now? Oh, thank you, Doc. I'm glad to have made you proud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not a 5 or a 6. This isn't a 6 or a 7. In fact, it's not a 5 either, because there's a 3-5 pair in the column. So that gives me a 1 and a 7 and an 8 and a 1 and a 5 and a 6. So that was probably the right thing to do, because now I've got a 7-9 pair looking up at this 5-7. So that's a 5 and that's a 7, which makes that a 1 and that a 7. That 5 looks down and makes that a 3 and that a 5, making that a 3 and that a 1. These digits, since that was so profitable, let's do it again. They look like they're going to be 5, 7, and 9, which is going to make that a 9, a 7, a 9, and a 5. Going to make this digit given. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8. And so now I have to figure out how on earth I'm ever tying apart these. I have now figured out the secret of how I'm going to disentangle this. So that's a 2 and a 6 and a 6 and a 2, which makes that a 3 and a 5. 5 and a 3. I won't be too unhappy. I left that a little longer than I'd prefer, but it wasn't egregious, I don't think. It's a 7, and the betting cell is a 1. Congratulations from Zach and I if you bet 1. 1 is not a common bet, but if you bet 1, you deserve your good wishes to come true. That was very fun. I enjoyed that a lot. I quite enjoyed that. So yeah, and I hopefully the Cogito enjoyed watching the puzzle from the past. Yes. I deliberately went back to the very top of the bucket and was like, what can I pick out from the very, very top of the bucket? You never published this puzzle? This puzzle's great. You should definitely publish this puzzle. I don't even know where I got it. Maybe it was on CTC or something. This is from so long ago. I'm pretty sure that this was in the bucket when the bucket was a Google Doc. Before the bucket was even before there was a Patreon and all those kinds of things. But yeah, go back and publish it. It might get picked up by people. Seems likely to me. Alrighty, I've got time to go pick us up another puzzle, so I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back with Composite Sum Squares by AFrayedKnot. We have actually doxed AFrayedKnot now, but we will continue on. So x's say that the sum of the 4 digits around the x sum to a composite number. And then if there's not an x, they do sum to a prime number. So there's a full negative constraint here. So we get x's exactly where the sum is composite, and then in other places it is prime. And we don't have to worry about whether 1 is prime or not, because I'm not going to write down 4 digits that sum to 1 in this particular puzzle. So this is probably an odd-even coloring puzzle, is my my supposition. So all of these things need to be composite, so that's not very interesting. But I'm going to go ahead and color all of these. Here I need to make all of these sums prime in this box, so I need to think about the fact that primes are usually odd. And so these are either both odd or both even. What if they were both even? If they were both even, they would be 4 and 8. And then this would sum to 15. So they're not both even, they're both odd. So yeah, if these were 4 and 8, this would sum to 15, and 15 isn't prime. So they need to both be odd. And so we already have a deduction. I did not think when I read this rule set I was going to be able to do anything right away. But we do. Okay, so now this has to be odd, because otherwise this 2 by 2 will not sum to an odd number, and it needs to, because it needs to sum to a prime number. This is 1 odd and 1 even, and this is 1 odd and 1 even, so that has to be the odd, because if I put the odd here, these are both going to be even, and this prime number is going to be a large even number, which is not going to work out so well for anyone involved. So I can pencil mark that these are 4 and 8. So we've got that. 4 is now in this box somewhere in this vicinity. So 4 is on this prime number. And so if 4 is on this prime number, that means that there has to be another even on it, because I need 3 total evens on this prime number in order for this to work. But where is the odd number? So I need 2 more evens. I can't put them... Well, I can't put one of them here, because then this is an odd or an even, and then this 2 by 2 doesn't work. So I actually need my 2 evens to go there, and I need this to be odd in order to make that work. So now that's not 4. Oh, right, I need a betting tree. I never put in a betting tree. I got so excited. Let's put the betting tree there. So Yeah, 4 plus 6 plus some unknown odd number is whatever it is. This needs to sum to an odd number. That's going to be huge. This needs to sum to an odd number, and so that's going to need to be even. And that's the last even for this box, so all of those are odd. So that's very big, it feels like. Okay, this needs to sum to a composite number, so it can have any parity in the world. It's weird to me because I feel like the relevant piece of information is actually not where the x's is. The relevant piece of information is where the x's isn't. So this, though, this needs to sum to an odd number. So these are either both even or both odd. Yeah, where is the 8 in here is the question. Because now this is a 4-8 pair. Because 4 and 8 both need to go in this box. They can only go here. And as Carl points out, that means that this is a 2. And we get to do our fancy 2 dance. Woo! Haha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. It's 2 dances in a row. It is. And so now this odd digit is restricted because this is 18. So 1 would be fine, except it's not because there's a 1 in the row. 3 would not. It would make the sum 21, which isn't prime. 5 would make the sum 23. That's okay. 7 would make the sum 25, which is not okay. And 9 would make the sum 27, which isn't okay. So actually, this is a 5. And so we immediately get that. So these are 1, 3, 7, and 9. That one's not a 1. So I can ask which digit I can omit here and see if there's anything I can do. Sorry, let's do this one first. Because this one I know more about. I know that these sum to 14. So I need to add 14, and so this is going to be 3, 5, 7, or 9. 14 plus 3 is prime. 14 plus 5 is prime. 14 plus 7 is definitely not prime. And 14 plus 9 is prime. So this one, unfortunately, this one is much more open in terms of options. This quad. I was looking at the wrong quad. So this quad is exactly the same as this quad, and so I'm going to get the same answer, which is that now if I look at this quad, that's 18 plus 3 doesn't work, and 18 plus 9 doesn't work, so that's also a 5. So we get that. Oh, right, I don't know that these are different. That's a good point from Garion. So I didn't actually... That part wasn't valid, but Carl's part was. And so Carl's part gets us that this is a 5. Okay, so now row 5, column 5. Oops. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted. I wanted you to put an I across all of those cells. 3, 7, 9. Okay, so let's look at this. So these sum to 12, which happens to be divisible by 3. So this can't be divisible by 3, so it had better be 7. And then I hope that this worked out to be prime. 12, and so, yes, it does. Okay, good. So now what about this square? Actually, maybe let's do this square first. So that's 10, 13, and 19 both work. What about this square? That's 19 plus 4 is 23. But 19 plus 8 would be 27. That doesn't work. So that's a 4 and an 8. Now, going back here briefly, this is 15. Oh, no, that works both ways. That's fine. Okay, what about this one? 12. Well, that's... Both of those work. Both 23 and 29 are prime. Okay, let's see. This is not a 7. So we've got all of this. I know this is an odd-even pair. Let's see. Is 3i prime? 3i in the Gaussian integers is prime, but it's the associate prime of 3, so it's not a new prime. But 5i in the Gaussian integers is not prime. It factors. If you are curious about how these various nonsenses work. Okay. Presumably, I now have to think about something else, like this one or this one. Okay. So yeah, I was just looking at places where I had an odd-even pair. I was thinking I got an odd-even pair here, but I don't think I do. But here I definitely get an odd-even pair, which I usually denote by just putting a line across it. And this one I don't know is an odd-even pair. But this is definitely an odd-even pair because it needs to make the total here odd. Let's see. 2 is not prime. In fact, 2 actually ramifies in the Gaussian integers, which is even worse than not being prime. 2 is actually a perfect square, essentially, in the Gaussian integers. Okay, row 3, column 6, 7. Right, this also needs to be an odd-even pair. Let's see. I mean, I did go pretty far back into the bucket pulling these things out, so it does not surprise me that the setters of the puzzles do not remember much about these, but 2 column 8, 9 have to be an odd even pair. Right, because there can only be a maximum of 1 even in here. And so that's 1 even, that's 2 evens. At most. So there need to be at least 2 evens up here. How do I know it's that pair that's not even pair? I don't think I know, but maybe if I count more more simply, more correctly. Kerbon was looking at these and saying these have to be an odd even pair, but this doesn't even sum to a prime number, so I don't know what the sum of this is parity-wise. Sadly. I keep looking at this and hoping that it will tell me something, and then I keep realizing it does not. Because what I'd love is to say this has to be an odd even pair, because if I could say that, that would account for the evens in... Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's not even true. I keep hoping for something that I think is not even true. Okay, so, there may be a dirty trick at this point we're being warned. Let's mark that there's a 4 in one of these places, although I don't quite know what to do with that information. Okay, we've said this works regardless, I believe. I don't think there are going to be any runs of composite numbers that are long enough that we're going to be able to, like, avoid any of these things completely. All but one of these is even. And all but one of these is odd. Okay, so maybe I should think about that. Actually, maybe I should think about this entire box and how its odds and evens are going to be distributed. Because every 2 by 2 needs to sum to an odd total. But I have a very restricted middle piece here. So I only get 1 even in this row. And I only get 1 odd in this row. And so if I only get 1 even and I only get 1 odd, I kind of want to put them down the middle. But will that work? Okay, so let me just try this. Let's try doing the thing that I don't think will work, because I can't visualize this in my head. If I put the last even here, then both of these become odd. And now I think this row is just broken. Because if I put the odd here, no, that works. If I can put the odd here and I can put an even there, that works. And now if I look at this row, now I get 2 odds and 1 even. I have to put 2 odds on this and 1 even here, and so it ends up looking like that pattern. So my instinct that this was not possible, I think, is incorrect. Let's see. Okay, so Isabella's instinct is that this cell can't be odd. So let's see what happens if this cell is odd. In that instance, both of these are even. And so currently the sum is odd. And so these two need to be the same parity and these two need to be the same parity. Right, that doesn't work. Because in order to keep the parity odd, I need these to either be both even or both odd, but then these need to be both even or both odd. But then that means all 3 of these are even or odd, and that doesn't work. Okay, so Isabella's point for Isabella, this cell's even. Let's see. So this is 1 odd and 1 even. So one of these is odd even. Okay. One of these cells is odd. Whichever one is odd makes the 2 cells above it have to be the same parity. But the only parity that can be is odd, which means this cell's always odd. So this is, does the orange-blue combination of colors not work well for odd and even? But this is definitely orange. Okay, in row 6, I think it doesn't quite work because I could have 2 evens or 2 odds. Oh no, I can't have 2 evens. Right. Sorry, I miscounted row 6. Woofer has a good point. So now down here, I know again, one of these is even. So one of these is even. Sorry, one of these is odd. So one of these is even odd. So either those 2 are the same parity or those 2 are the same parity. But whichever 2 it is that are the same parity, that parity is odd. So this cell's definitely odd. So we get that. Okay, these 2 are now the same parity, and these 2 are the same parity. So actually all 3 of these are the same parity. So they're either all even or all odd, and the same is true over here. They're all even or all odd. So it is the same shape as this box, right, except it might be reflected. We don't know yet. So one of these 2 cells is a 6. For whatever that's worth. Oh, we want to set up a different, maybe we start coloring in a completely different place. But I don't know which side is an even odd pair, because 2 of these are odd. I don't think there's any pair I know where it's different, right? I could be wrong. If there is a pair that I know is an even odd pair, I just think I'm still sort of like stuck with it's either this or it's the reflection of that, and I don't think I see how to sort out yet which one it is. It's possible that if I think about what pair of even numbers I would put here, that there are none that make a prime. But that would be difficult. Ah, right. These are all the same color and these are all the same color. So I could do like a different... So I can do like... Okay, so And maybe this is what Screaming Ice Cube wants as well, is to make up a color for the parity that these are and a color for the parity that these are. And purple and yellow... Oh, I shouldn't use purple next to blue. Green. Green and yellow are blue and orange in some order. And see if that maybe helps. I don't know if this will help, but it might. Maybe, possibly. Okay. So, Chad is talking about row 3. So, these two are the same parity, and these two are the same parity. So actually, all 3 of these have to be the same parity. Because of the fact that I need these to sum to a prime. So I need these to sum to an even, and I need these to sum to an even. So these are all the same parity. These can be some other color. I'm running out of colors. These can all be gray. These are all the same parity. This is not gray. This is whatever the opposite of gray is, say red. But now, if these are all the same parity, that means actually each pair of these is a different parity. Okay, Isabella says if gray is blue, that we have a problem in box 4. Wait, I think Isabella and Carl disagree on which one gray has to be. Yeah, so if gray is blue, then I've used all the blues, and so all of these are odd. But these can't all be odd. Because if all of these are odd, then whichever of green and yellow is odd or even breaks. So gray isn't odd. So gray isn't even. Gray is odd. That's very cool. I like that a lot. Which makes this even. Which then gives me all of the evens for the column, which makes that odd. It makes this a 6. That was very cool. Good spotting and good setting. This is a cool puzzle. This is now an odd-even pair for whatever it's worth. So this whole thing alternates. Oh, no, sorry. That's a lie. That's a lie. This is an X. I put the 6 in the orange cell. Thank you, thank you. The 6 actually goes there. Okay, what can this be? Okay, it's not a 5. Okay, these sum to 16. 17 is odd. 19 is odd. 16 plus 7 is 23. That's odd. Can't be a 9. Well, that's obnoxious. Like everything works for this this quad. Row 2, column 6 is odd. Right. I've got a quad here I was not appreciating. If it's not odd, my prime number is even, which is going to be a problem. So that colors across like that because of our magical lines. I can get rid of the lines once I've colored them to more highlight the coloring. And that's all the odds for the box. So all of these are even. That's all of the evens for this row. So all of these are odd. So we have all of that going on. This is a 6 or 8. This just is a 2 because it sees 4, 6, and 8. So that's a 2. Row 2, column 3, we know their color. It has to be orange, because otherwise this is an even prime. And discovering a new even prime would be quite a breakthrough. Let's see. Chester points out row 3, column 8 is even. That's right. Also high. Because, again, I need this to work out. So then that's odd by our previous work, provided we believe our magical line. And so this is 2 or 8 are the only options. Now this is even, which is going to disambiguate yellow and green per Isabella. This is even, Isabella notes, because of this quad. So that's even. And so now yellow can't be orange, because if yellow was... Wait, no, sorry. I'm going to say something wrong. Never mind. So these three are all the same color. These three are all green, because this finishes yellow or... Sorry, this finishes blue or orange. So these are all green, regardless of whatever works out. So these are all green. So this I know is a yellow-blue pair. So this is a yellow-blue pair. No, I don't know that. Never mind. No, I do know it because of the row. This is a yellow-blue pair because of the row. And because this is a yellow-blue pair because of the row, meaning that there's one orange and one blue left, these have to be the same parity. But what parity is it? Well, it's not orange. That would put 6 oranges in the box. So these are both blue. So we've got that. And so this is one of each. And so because this is one of each, these have to be the same as well. And so because these are the same as well, green is orange. And so therefore yellow is blue. We got there eventually. And so green is orange. To make this math work out. And now this is given. This has to be orange because of this quad. I don't feel what I did felt particularly convoluted. I think people saw it in a different way. This has to be orange now because... Sorry, no, this has to be blue because of this quad. So that's orange. So now that's all the oranges for this column. So these are all blue. Now we've got an orange and a blue remaining in the column. Which I don't think immediately does anything. This has to be blue because of the quad here. So that's blue, da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. And that's the last blue for the column, so these are all orange. This is a 6 or an 8. I'm going to record for the future. These are one of each now. Sorry, no, these are the same. Sorry, I keep saying the wrong thing. These have to be the same in order to maintain the parity. And that can't be orange, so they have to both be blue. If it were orange, it would put 6 odd numbers in the column, and there aren't 6 odd numbers for the column. But that's all the blues for the column, so that's orange. These now have to be the same, and that the same can't be blue, so it's orange, and that's blue. Now that's all the oranges in row 9. So that's blue. That's all the oranges of all things for box 9, so those are all blue. That's now orange for the column, and that's now blue. No? What did I do? Oh. I understand how I went wrong. I pressed the wrong color. I said, and therefore those are blue, and then I made them orange. Okay, so this is actually the one that's orange. Sorry. Now that is all of the oranges for row 8. So these are blue, and so these are orange. And so now that's all the oranges for this column. So that's blue, and therefore that's orange. And so we are theoretically off to the races now. I have to make sure these 4 even digits that I choose don't add up to an even number. Or sorry, don't add up to a prime number. That's going to be hard. One of those is a 6. One of those is a 2. And let's see. So now we've got to sort of find a place to push our pattern out further. Let's see. I suspect I already knew that. I already did the calculation for that one. Row 7, column 6. What about row 7, column 6? Oh, yes. It's a 4. That's what about it. That's the only even left in the column. There we go. Sorry, I thought we were looking at this quad, and I was trying to figure out how I could do 2 evens at once. But yes, this is a 4. Just for the quad. And so now we look at this. And so that's 7, 11. 11 plus 2 is 13. So this could be a 2. 11 plus 6 is 17. So this could be a 6. And 11 plus 8 is 19. So basically no help is the summary there. So we get that for whatever it is worth. Well, that did not help as much as I fantasized that it would. Row 4, column 3, though, we also get a digit, because this is also the last even. You can tell what part of the coloring puzzle I was focused on. This is now a 4 or an 8. I might as well mark. Let's see, one of these two is a 6 for sure. Oh, we've got some fighting over the betting tree now, I see. This can't be 7, because all the combinations don't work out. 14 plus 7 won't work, and 18 plus 7 won't work, right? This can't be 7, so I will remove 7 as a candidate from that cell. Let's see. Do I have any X's where I know almost all the digits? I don't think I do. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing... I feel like I'm missing some digits that would be very helpful, but we will find our way through this somehow. Wait. Right. This is not... Sorry. This is composite, not prime. So yes, 7 actually works both ways. Whoops. Let's see. Probably should fill in the betting tree. As much as it breaks my heart, the betting tree is the 4 for the box. So apologies if you did not bet 4 and were hoping that the suspense could last longer. I fear that this time we have chosen not the best betting tree. Hey, Jovial, how are you? I greatly enjoyed your interview. It was a lot of fun to watch. Even if I apparently make you bang your head on the table. Let's see. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was Jovial who sent me this puzzle. In the long, long ago. Let's see. Oh, right. Carl makes an excellent point, which is that this is a 2-6-8 triple, so this needs to work with 16. So 1 would work, 3 would work, 5 would not, 7 would, and 9 would not. So this is 1, 3, or 7 for whatever little that is worth. Let's see. Okay, and we can do the same sort of thing up here, because now we actually know what these are. Sorry, I don't know that one, but I do know this one. So this is 18. 19 is fine. 21 is not fine. 23 is fine. 25 is not fine, and 27 is not fine. So this is only a 1 or a 5. Why can this not be 7? Because keep in mind, this sum needs to be composite, not prime. 5 in box 9 is limited. Like in the sense that it can't go there. 5 in box 8 is in one of these two cells. That might be useful. Possibly. So there is a 5 on this, but I don't know anything else about it. Lord. Okay, what about this cell? Maybe it's more restricted than it looks. If this were 2, 4, and 6... No, it's not going to be restricted because of this. It's not going to be very restricted because of the fact that this can be 6 or 8. Let's see. Well, I can fill in the remaining odds, I suppose. That does not feel great. I'm not sure that that was worth it. I'm going to have some tea. That will get me through it. Let's see, this needs to be composite. What am I missing? Isabella has found it. Excellent. Row 5, column 3. Can't be an 8. Okay, what goes wrong in the world where this is an 8? Is it an adding thing, or is it a Sudoku thing? So if this were an 8, that would be a 4. That would be 12, 14, 17? Oh, why am I looking at that one? I could look at this one. If this were an 8, 6, and 4, that would be 14, 18, 21, or 27, neither of which works. So this is not an 8. So this is 2 or 4. Let's see. Is one of those a problem? Oh, I guess I also know that this is 2, 4, 8. So I can also think about prospects for this cell, because 2, 4, 8 is 14. So 1 won't work, 3 will work, 5 will work, except it can't be 5. 7 plus 14 won't work, and 9 plus 14 won't. This one can only be 3 or 9 because of this triple, I believe. So it's being pointed out that I think 2 won't work here because this will be a multiple of 3. So this has got to be a 4. So that's an 8 and a 4 and an 8 and a 2. So that does something maybe. Okay, so this is not a multiple of 3 because this is a multiple of 3. So this is 1, 5, or 7. So let's look at the options. So 1 would make 13. 5 would make 17. And 7 would make 19. Unfortunately, all of those work. Let's see. What about this one? That's 10 and 4 is 14. Nope, both of those work. What about this one? Row 4, column 8 is not 9 anymore. So yeah, these sum to 16. 16 plus 9 is famously 25. Let's see. Ah, yes, this is a 2, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 2. Pergarian. Okay, so now this also isn't a multiple of 3 for the same reason, namely these all add to a multiple of 3. So that's 12 plus 1 is fine. 12 plus 5 is fine. 12 plus 7 is fine. But 12 plus 9 is not fine. So this is a 1, 5, or a 7. In order to make that work. Can this be a 1, 5, or 7? If this is a 1, 5, or 7, sadly that would work. Oh, there's only one even left in row 3 has been called, so that's a 4. Sadly, same deal there. Yeah, these are a 6 and 8. So I guess since these are a 6 and 8, I can look at this cell. So that's 14, 18. So 18 plus 1 is fine. 18 plus 3 doesn't work. 18 plus 5 does work. 18 plus 7 doesn't work. And 18 plus 9 doesn't work. So this is only 1 or 5. Let's see. So AFrayedKnot is noting that this digit in this box has to go there, which means this isn't a 7 anymore, so we can flash these. I don't know if that helps a lot, but it will help a little, maybe. Nine in row 3. Do I know that 9 in row 3 doesn't go here? Or do I know it doesn't go here somehow? I do know it doesn't go there because the 9 in this box looks up. Yeah, the 9 in this box has been pushed into column 9, so that can't be 9. So therefore that is the only place for 9, which makes that a 3 and a 9. Makes that not a 9. Makes these not 3. Makes that not 9. This is a 1 or a 3. This digit goes into box 7 here, making it 6 or 8. There's 3s here. One of those two cells is the only place for a 3. So let me check real here, because there's only 2 options, and maybe we know which it is. Because 3, 4, and 9 is 16, right? That can't be right. No, 3, 4, and 9 is 16. So no, it doesn't work. So plus 1 would be 17, and plus 7 would be 23. Both work. But these aren't 3. Let's see. I'm being told this isn't 7 now. Would make 19. I don't see why that's a problem. am being told this must be a 7. Okay, let's look at this one, actually, because this is actually a good idea. We can actually use these flashes to our advantage. So these sum to 6. Sorry, these sum to 6 or to 14, I suppose. If they summed to 6, what would this be? This would have to be a 7, I believe is the only thing that would work. And if these summed to 14, this could not be a 1, could not be a 3. No, it could be a 3. Darn it. Okay, never mind. Check 479 in box 2, I am told. I don't get it. Okay, down here I can kick off a few candidates because this needs to be composite. So 15 would work if this is a 1. 14 plus 3, that doesn't work. 14 plus 5 doesn't work. 14 plus 7 does work. And 14 plus 9 doesn't work. So this is actually only a 1 or a 7 from that. Okay, so because we need this to be composite. So 1 and 7 are my options there. Let's see. Oh, this can't be 7 because the total doesn't work. 12 plus... I get 19 for the total. 19 is prime. Okay, down here, Isabella says this isn't 1 or 7, because if it was 1, 7, these would total to 8 plus 9, which is 17. That sounds okay to me, because this is supposed to be prime. Let's see. Does 3 go in box 6? I mean, we know it goes out of one of those. Okay, so I guess that's the point. Okay, so that's very cute. So we know that 3 is one of these digits. So 3, 5, and 6 is 14. So what's the other digit? Well, it's not a 1, because that would break. So this is the 3. That's AFrayedKnot's point. And so now that's 9, 14. This can't be a 7 either. So now that's a 9, making that not a 9. That 1-7 pair now looks over, makes those 5s, makes that a 1, makes that a 3, makes that a 7, makes that a 9. So we can get rid of the flashes now. This is not a 5, which places the 5 in this box. The 5 in this box goes here. So now we get to place a 5. Now we get a 5 here by Sudoku. So now we get a 5 here in this box by Sudoku. We get a 5 in this box by Sudoku. We get a 5 in this box by Sudoku, and that might be all the 5s. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. This digit is known. It's a 3. These digits are 1, 7, and 9, for whatever that's worth. Okay, that actually maybe is worth something. 1, 7, and 9 add to 17. So this can't be a 6, because 17 plus 6 is 23, and that's prime. So this actually has to be an 8. To make 17 plus 8, which is 25, which is composite. So that's an 8, and that's a 6, and that's a 6. This is a 2 or an 8 for whatever that's worth. Probably almost nothing. Where does 3 go in row 3, asks Kurabon, and it does not go there, so it has to go there. It's the only place. So this is a 1 or a 7, we know. And so does that tell us anything? I don't know. This is a 1, 7, or 9, for whatever that is worth. Well, we placed a 6 here for what that is worth. So that is not a 6 anymore. And then I have one more digit left in this column, which is an 8. So this is not a 6 or an 8, it's a 2 or a 4. These are a 2-4 pair, looks like. So let's see. We can check this one. 18 plus 1 is 19. 18 plus 7 is 25. Doesn't work. So this can't be a 7 anymore because these are 18 plus 7 would be 25. So that's a 1, and that's a 7, and that's a 7 and a 1 and a 7. That is no longer a 7. That 1 looks down. These 7s look down, making this a 1, 9 pair. This a 3, 7 pair. So let's look at this block now. So 3, 7 plus 5 is 15. Works either way. And that's also going to be 15, works either way. Horrible. This block is going to sum to 2, 6, 8, no matter what. So that's 16. Works either way. Let's see. This is a triple. It's 1, 3, and 9. That I know is not a 3. Okay, so if this was a 1, these would sum to... Oh, this is never summing to a prime. I don't even have to worry about it. It's not even possible for it to sum to a prime. This is supposed to sum to a prime. If I looked at that, that's 9 plus 7 is 16. Plus 1 is okay. Plus 3 is okay. Plus 9 is not okay, though, so I can remove 9 from that cell at the very least. Let's see. Row 2, column 3, I'm being encouraged to look at. So that's 14 plus 1 is 15. That doesn't work. Yep. I don't know when that happened, but yeah, this can't be a 1, so that's a 9. It's not a 9, so that is a 9. These aren't 9. Let's see. PaperScissors says to look at row 2 and 3 of column 2 and 3. Yeah, this block that we just resolved. The break-in was so cool, though, AFrayedKnot. But yeah, the end of this is a little bit grindy, but I loved the coloring part and the way the coloring ended up. Like I think it was worth it. And I don't know that this is the kind of puzzle where there's anything you could add to make it nicer at the end. I'm not sure. Okay, these are 1, 7, and 9 as well. I mean, it was well worth it. I'm happy I did it for the beginning part. This is a 1 or a 3 for sure. That gives me a 1, 3, 7 triple in the row, so that makes that a 9. Makes that less 9 than it was previously. It's a 1 or a 7. I'm being told this can be resolved, I think. So that's 9, 14. 15 would work, but 17 would not. So if I made this a 3, then the total here would be 17, which would be prime, and it's not supposed to be. So that's 1 and 3, and 1 and 7, and 3. That's not a 3. this pair is a 3 and a 9, and I don't think I know the order. But I know that gives me a Jovi wing on 9s, but that doesn't do anything. It gives me a Jovi wing on 3s, but that doesn't do anything. Let's see. I know one of these two is a 9. So let's see if I can figure out this knowing that one of those two is a 9. So 11 plus 9 is 20. And so, yeah, this can't be a 1, because that would make this 21. And so that does not work. And so this can't be a 1. So that's a 9 and a 3 and a 1 and a 9 and a 7 and a 3 and a 7 and a 1 and a 7 and a 1. These are 2, 4, or 8. I'm going to go ahead and fill in. Although that one's not 4. Let's see. What about this combination? That's 50. Oh, yeah, no, that one's fine. What about this combination? 8 and 11. And 2 is 13. Yep, this doesn't work as 4. Because if this were 11 plus 4, it would be 15. So that's a 2 and a 4, which gives me an 8 and a 6 and a 2, which gives me an 8 and a 4 and a 2, and an 8 and a 6. Very nice. I really loved the break-in here. That sort of bent around the grid. I agree the end could have been maybe somehow smoothed, but I'm not sure. It didn't feel like it didn't feel particularly grindy to me. It was what I thought I was getting into when I read a puzzle with this rule set. And I was very, very happy with the break-in part, because it was very nifty playing around with the odd even coloring. And I've never quite done a puzzle with this kind of odd even coloring before. I feel like one thing you could do is not have a negative constraint. I think if you don't have a negative constraint, it tells people where to look. And so instead of marking composites, mark the primes you actually need. I think that would probably smooth out the tail end of the puzzle. Would be my only thing I can think of that might smooth it out just a bit. But I didn't think it was that. Certainly it was not the grindiest puzzle we've done on stream. All right, well, it looks like we've got about 15 minutes left, so that means we get to use the new 6x6 room. So I am going to pull up a 6x6, and I will be right back. And we have a zeta function, 6x6 by PaperScissors, that I'm happy to do. By the way, bye, AFrayedKnot. Have a good day. By the way, I announced this earlier, but just in case you're not watching literally every second that I stream, in which case shame on you, but just in case that's the case, if you make 6x6s, I enjoy doing them at the end, and there's now an official thread in the zetamath discussion on the Discord. So if you go there, you can just upload 6x6s. And then over time, people will mark the ones that solve well and everything. So if you just want to put a 6x6 there, I know a lot of people wish there could be submissions. There are open submissions for 6x6s. Do note, and this is in the instructions at the beginning, these are meant for like filling 10 to 20 to 30 minute gaps at the end of stream. So please do not submit your monster 6x6 that will take 3 hours. But yeah, we have that. So that's pretty exciting, I think. has evolved over time. So again, this sort of my zetamath name is named because of my math channel about the zeta function, and the zeta function is given by the sum over n of 1 over n to the s. And so this 5 is an s, and so we get a beautiful, beautiful one. Well, keep in mind, 30 minutes should be more than one 6x6. 30 minutes shouldn't be one 6x6. They should be on the order of 10 minutes is the goal. Okay, so this is a renban. It needs to be a string of consecutive digits. And the whisper lines, the digits need to have a difference of at least 3. So normally in a whisper puzzle, the digits need to have a difference of at least 5. But in this case, that's not the case. They need to have a difference of at least 3. Okay. So 3 and 4 are fairly restricted on these things, because 3 and 4 are the digits that only have one thing that they can be with. So 3 can only go with 6, and 4 can only go with 1. So that digit can't be 3 or 4, but that doesn't seem to tell me a whole lot. Yeah, I originally saw the 5 with the with this cell thing. Yeah, okay. So high and low is given in this box. Let's start there. That's smart. So high in a 6x6 is 4, 5, 6. So this cell is high. This is one of each high and low. And so therefore this needs to have more lows than highs. So it needs to read like this. And so now we know the color of this, because this is 1 high, 2 highs, 3 highs. So that's all the highs. So this cell is low, which is unfortunate because it's not the direction that we wanted. Because that doesn't tell me what this is. Bye now. But we've got that. These two are a pair of 1 each. I know 3 and 4 are on this renban. I said that row 3, column 5 couldn't be 4. Ah, right. I said that row 3, column 5 couldn't be 4. And now it's high, but it's also not 5. So this is a 6. Zach has to dance quickly during 6x6s. So this is a 6. So there can't be a 3 on here. So one of these is the 3, because 3 needs to be next to 6. So one of those is the 3. So one of these is a 3. One of these, though, is a 4, which means it goes with a 1, because 4 is only 1 away from 4. So these are a 1, 4. Which means that one of these is also a 1. Because whatever the 4 is, it only goes next to a 1, which goes down here. Hey, Amfurio! So now this digit's a 2 or a 3. If it was a 2, this would be a 4, because it can't be a 1, because there's a 1 down there. And if it was a 3, this would be a 6. So actually, this cell's always high, weirdly enough. So this is always a 4 or a 6. Let's see. So in this column, so yeah, I'm not quite sure yet. There can't be a 4 on this line, because if there's a 4 on this line, it would be 1, 4, which would break this cell. So what is the high digit on this line? It's a 5. Which means that the high digit over here is a 5, for whatever that's worth. The 5 goes with a 1 or a 2. I don't think I know which yet. Let's see. I've used... right. This cell has to be low, chat points out, because I've used a low... Sorry, I've used a high here and here and here, so that's all the highs for the row. So this has to be low. So this is only a 2 or a 3. Let's see. Boxes 4 and 6. Oh, right. Those ones, this is all the ones in the universe. Because I know that there's a 1 here and there's a 1 here, so that knocks via jovial all of the ones out of these, so no 1 up there. So this is an honest 2-5 pair, which makes this a 3 and a 6. I am sure Jovi's ultimate fantasy was always to get a Sudoku technique named after herself, but probably she did not want a version of a Sudoku technique that was this particular Sudoku technique, I'm going to go ahead and guess. This is now a 1-4 just for the column. So there is a 6 over here for whatever that is worth. Jovi on 3s in boxes 3 and 5. Wait, how do I know which of these is the 3? Three would go next with 6. 3 in column 5 is already in the grid. I know that row 4, column 1 isn't a 3. Ah, right, I do, because 3 is the... I have to repeat to myself that 3 is the weird digit. So 3 only goes next to 6, so this can't be the 3. We would have been here forever if I had to find that on my own. So the renban needs a 3 on it, because you can't make 4 consecutive digits without a 3. And so that needs a 3 on it. And so now I need to put a 3 in one of these 2 cells, but I can't put a 3 here because it would require me to put a double 6, and there's already a 6 there. So that's a 3. Thank you, Carl. I knew about this needing a 3 and a 4. That part wasn't the problem. The part that was the problem was me remembering that 3 needed to be next to 6. I remember there was a digit that needed to be next to another digit, but I didn't remember what the digits were. So now where is 4 in this column is asked, so it's not there, and it can't be here, because if this was a 4, those would have to both be 1, and if this was a 4, those would have to both be 1. So per Martin, that's the 4. I agree. These are both low. I don't know how I egregiously failed to color either of them. That's really bad. These are the same high-lowity, but that 4 is not low. 4 is high. I got there eventually. 4 is used to being low, but it's not low in this puzzle. But that's very disappointing. These are both the same high-lowity, and all 3 of these are the same high-lowity. Which is interesting. I'm not quite sure what to do with the fact that all of these are the same high-lowity. I'm sure I can do something with it. Maybe make a hat. Let's see. So I know the 3 is up here. Right. Since these 2 are the same high-lowity, these 2 are the same high-lowity. And so, because of the renban, these either have to be 1, 2, or 5, 6 is 2 to 10th point. That's not a 6, and that's not a 5. Which means this is either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5, 6. So it either has only 1 low on it or only 1 high on it. And that low or high is over here, based on the fact that these 3 are all the same high-lowity. Oh, I see. These can't be low. That's the point. Because if these were low, one of them would be a 1, and that would need to put a 4 in this column, and that doesn't work. No, that's not how that works. Never mind. So if one of them was a 3, it would put a 6 in this column. That's 4. Put a 1. Never mind. Sorry, I said that backwards. Pointing 1s from box 6. Ah, yeah. So I do know that there's a 1 over here. So this is not 1, and therefore this is not 2. So this is even. So we can color it blue. Wait, that was a different puzzle. Let's see. Does it mean anything that if this was a 2, this would be roped, and so this would be a 2-5 pair? I don't think so. Why did I take 5 out of this? Isn't it because I took 6 out of this? It's because I took 6 out of this. And so if this can't be a 6, that can't be a 5, is the reason why I took 5 out of that. Can pencil mark box 3 and 4. I might want to good lift the summation sign. So, like, am I looking at, like, what happens if this is a 3? If this is a 3, then that's a 6. Oh, I do know that these are a 2-3 pair. That's probably a good thing for me to notice. And by me to notice, I mean Woofer to notice. So these digits are a 1 and a 5. I don't know how I just never wrote this in, which probably would have made this much faster. So if this were a 5, that would go next to a 1 and a 2, which would make this a 1-2 pair. If this were a 1, it would go next to a 5 and a 6, which would make this a 5-6 pair. Okay, let's write in the order. So if this were a 1, it would need to be a 5-6 pair in that order. If this were a 5, it would need to be a 1-2 pair in that order. So we've got a 1-5 and a 2-6 along here. So then in the universe where this goes 1, 5, 6, the 5 goes next to another 1 or a 2, but this was a 1, so the 5 would go next to a 2. And that doesn't work. That's the problem. So the universe where this is a 1, that's forced to be a 5 and a 2, and that breaks this 2-5. So that does not work. So the universe where this is a 1 is broken. So this is actually high, meaning all of these are high. That was unexpected. I definitely did not imagine how this was going to resolve correctly in my head. This is now low. So that is a 1. And that is now a, that's a 1. Yeah, I thought it was very cute. That's a 2. I did not expect it at all. That's a 6 now, so that's a 4. These are now all blau. These are orange. So that is a 6 and a 5. So that's not a 3, so that is a 3. So that's a 2 just for the box. So that's a 1. So one of these is a 2 and one of them's a 4. So this is a 2-4 pair. This sees every this sees every high number. So this is blue, just to do overkill on 6x6s. So this is a 2 or a 3, which gives me a 2-3 pair in the row, which means now this cell sees 1, 2, and 3, so it's orange, which means it's a 4, which tells me that this is the 2 and that's the 4 over here, just to way overkill this. This is now a 1. So this is blue. These are both orange. It's a 4 and a 1. And now this is a 5. This is a 2. 3, 2, 3. I greatly enjoy Screaming Ice Cube's Taskmaster-esque wrap-up of the day. Today we found a 5th even digit, 8 odd digits, that the universe is blue, and that the universe is broken. Pretty good day. Yes, the lines that had a hard time crossing boxes was also quite a challenge for me. So this is a 2 and that's a 5. This is blue. Let's finish the coloring. So these are orange. So this is orange and that's orange. So 1, let's see. These are 4 and 6, and that one's not 4, so it better be 6 and 5 and 4 and 6. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that, and I love the design. The design is just impeccable. Getting this to work out the way it did is quite cool, and the resolution of the thinking about this, that, oh, this would be a 2-5 and break that was very cool. Today was a lot of fun. We did a lot of cool things, including this ancient puzzle from the Cogito that is from upwards of 2 months ago. I don't think it's quite a year old yet, but close. We did this Collatz puzzle where I kept repeatedly thinking that this line was summing these 5 rather than these and these, which was cool. We did this awesome little renban thermo puzzle by Mormagli, and this surprisingly approachable loop puzzle by Nordy. Very cool all around. So thank you everyone for hanging out today. Thank you to all the people who support the stream in whatever form you do that. So we appreciate all of your likes on the streams. We appreciate comments. I know a lot of people go back and watch the VODs later if they're not able to. So if when you do that, you comment on something, that's very cool. I usually reply to those, although I tend to reply to them in bulk, so it might be a bit. But it's always cool to see those. And thank you to those of you who support the stream financially. If you're interested in doing so, you can do so for as little as $5 a month or as little as $3.50 a month on the Patreon. But YouTube is the way you get the green name and the emotes, so most people want the Dancing Zach. To get those, you can click the join button down below. But if for whatever ethical, financial, whatever reason you'd rather support us on Patreon, that's perfectly fine too. That's patreon.com/zetamath. Thank you very much to all of our supporters. We greatly appreciate all of it. It helps keep Zach in fish, as well as me in fish. I like fish too. And thank you also to all of those of you who support us at the tippy top level. So that is all of our turbines. That is David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, featured today, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you very much to all of you. I look forward to seeing you all very soon. That's all for now. I'll see you next time.